Unmute test, mute.
Crustacean King, digital screens, Canito Carquino's the name, a tidal wave of fame. He clicks and he clacks through internet stacks, a crowd with a cause, defying all laws. Canito Carquino's streaming tonight, burning so bright, burning so bright. Pokemon hacks, Yu-Gi-Oh attacks, GTA madness, MRPG madness. Holy crap, scuttles through digital rumbles. No sleep for the wicked. This crap is addicted. Canito Carquino's Crabman, streaming tonight, burning so bright. Canito Carquino's Crabman, streaming tonight, burning so bright. Burning so bright. Hey mama, hey papa, before you sign that paper, hear the baby cry. This ain't tradition, this is violation in disguise. Bone perfect, 10 fingers, 10 toes, skin intact from head to toe. But the doc rolls in with the knife and the grin says it's cleaner, it's culture, let's begin. 8 days old, no voice, no choice, strapped to a board, silence noise. They call it minor, but the scream says war. A lifetime scar for a myth from before. Foreskin ain't extra, it's 20,000 nerves, gliding, sliding, every inch deserves to stay with nature, put in no debate. This ain't hygiene, this is mutilate. Cut the cut, let the baby keep his hood. Cut the cut, ain't no reason that good. From Brooklyn to Bombay, the blades gotta fall intact is the future. Keep it all. Cut the cut, let 'em grow up. Cut the cut, let 'em grow up. They say cancer risk, but the stats don't lie. Rarer than lightning striking twice in the sky. UTR protection, breast milk does it better. No scalpel needed, just love in a letter. Religious claim, God made the design. Why edit perfection with a surgical line? Consent is king, let the owner decide when he's 18 and wise, not strapped to wide eye. Yeah, 100 million nerves in the tip alone, that's pleasure. Protection, a natural home. Glands stay moist, no keratin shield. Sensitivity lost on the cutting room field. Europe laughs, Africa fights, America clings to outdated rights. Follow the money, hospital the kite. Cyclists weaving in and out of traffic, flying past us all at the red light, slamming on my brakes. I almost had it. What gives you the right? Pedal past like a bat out of hell. Every one of you think you own the road. You think you're not in a car. You're above the law. Cyclists of the world, hear me when I say, hey cyclist, you can't do that. Red light, can't do that. Cutting off my car, can't do that. It's against the law, can't do that. Hey cyclist, can't do that. Red light, can't do that. Cutting off my car, can't do that. It's against the law, can't do that. Cyclists weaving in and out of traffic, flying past us all at the red light, slamming on my brakes. I almost had it. What gives you the right? Pedal past like a bat out of hell. Every one of you think you own the road. You think you're not in a car. You're above the law. Cyclists of the world, hear me when I say, hey cyclist, you can't do that. Red light, can't do that. Cutting off my car, can't do that. It's against the law, can't do that. Hey cyclist, can't do that. Red light, can't do that. Cutting off my car, can't do that. It's against the law, can't do that. Stop riding your bike on the sidewalk. You get mad when I tell you ride in the streets. That's what it's there for. You get mad when I tell you stay in the lane. Don't ride in my blind spot. You get mad when I tell you it's your own fault when you get run over. You get mad when I tell you stop riding your bike on the sidewalk. You get mad when I tell you ride in the street. That's what it's there for. You get mad when I tell you stay in the lane. Don't ride in my blind spot. You get mad when I tell you it's your own fault when you get run over. You get mad when I tell you stop riding your bike on the sidewalk. You get mad when I tell you ride in the street. That's what it's there for. You get mad when I tell you stay in the lane. Don't ride in my blind spot. You get mad when I tell you it's your own fault when you get run over. You get mad when I tell you.
Oh shit, I'm in the wrong overlay. Whoops, or wrong scene. Whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's wrong. Alright, there we go. Much better. Much better. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start things with, let's see. I'm going to do a couple of fun videos and then some interesting ones. But let's see, what's a good one to start on? I'll do a body cam video first.
This video shows the arrest.
Children's author threatens to sue us over this by Midwest Safety. Let's check it out.
This video shows the arrest of a published children's author. She threatened to sue us if we released it. We are publishing it because her alleged conduct is a matter of clear public interest. She is presumed innocent.
I need to go down to the river.
Yep.
Can you follow me there?
Okay, I'll go down to the river with you.
As officers begin to follow the woman down the road to figure out what in the world is going on, she frantically runs a red light.
She just ran the red light. I'm behind her. I'm gonna try to stop her so she stops driving like crazy. Stop! You can't, what are you doing?
Can you please go down to the river?
We are, ma'am.
You can't be driving.
We are
like
trying.
that.
Please go down right now.
If you cause a crash, though,
I am telling you,
you're gonna get yourself
dead in the river right now. You're gonna all be dead. I have all the police here. I'm trying to get them to go to see if Peter's in the river.
We're trying. Give us a minute, okay?
You can't be driving like that.
You wanna see it? This is my husband's location right now. Okay.
It's not in the water.
He was in the middle of the water. You need to go down. Someone go down there right now. I will.
She's fucking hysterical. I mean, is there a legitimate situation, or is this just her just being off her gourd? Stay tuned to find out, I guess.
Not get back in my car. I swear to God, I will stand right here. But go down there right now.
I am going now.
Go right now.
Now.
Go down there right now, please. Oh my God. Come on, it's a big deal, okay? Okay, can I pull up?
No. Nope. Just stay right here.
33 records. Can I get the male's name, please?
Okay, now he's moving. Can you see? He's right there. Please, now he's moving, okay?
Okay.
You don't understand, okay? I'm probably just worried about his life. He said it was in the middle of the river. He just quit his job 4 hours ago. We have 3 little kids. He's very scared. And when I saw that, he said he was meeting with his coworker to try to get him to come and be his secretary. When I saw him in the middle of the river, I was really scared for him, okay? Nothing is wrong with me.
10-4. I'm gonna be down by the boat docks at the end of Louisiana.
I'm gonna say, as someone who has two-way location sharing with their partner, GPS drift is a fucking thing. My girlfriend will be conked out asleep, and it'll be like, oh yeah, she left her house. She went like down the block and then went back home. And it was like, where'd you go? She was like, no, it's drifting. And being that we're both Pokemon Go players, we understand GPS drift is a significant thing, especially if you're like constantly monitoring a person's location, or if you have notifications enabled for when they arrive or leave somewhere. So, you know, a lot of the times it can just be chalked up to drift.
And we're not faulting. We're not taking anything away from this, but you cannot be running red lights.
Okay, I get it.
What if somebody hits you and you get into a really bad accident?
I get it. But if my husband's dead, I don't care.
Stop yelling.
Oh my God.
I understand you're upset. You do not need to cause a scene. Where was he supposed to go?
Clear can't block
Hi guys. We're looking for a male by the name of Peter. Huh? I don't know. I don't think so. His wife is freaking out. Apparently his phone is pinging down here somewhere.
You want to go down there with him? Walk around.
Ma'am.
Where was he supposed to go?
Stop, you motherfuckers.
Supposedly he's in a suit and a tie.
Haven't seen that. Nope. I saw like a homeless-looking man with a dog.
Okay.
Saw a woman with a skanky-looking tank top on. Go.
Bro, that is fucking pretty brutal. A skanky looking tank top on. Yo, that's savage.
That way to the bathrooms.
Think he could have used a porta potty lot dropped his phone over there?
Maybe. I'll go look over there.
Where's your license at?
You don't have my license on me, okay? You can take me in, for God's sake!
Turn around.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, you cannot do that. Nope, you're cooked now. You just swung on an officer. That escalated things to a completely different degree, and I'm afraid now you're kind of cooked.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
You did not do that.
36. We're gonna have that female detained. She just hit me.
Okay, well, we're having an issue with the wife up top, so I gotta go up there. If you happen to see anybody in a suit and tie, can you send them our way, please?
What is your problem? We are trying to help you.
You weren't listening to me.
You weren't talking. We told you to stop. You wouldn't stop.
There, I said, please go to the river.
What do you think he's doing? He's down there. He's looking.
You guys are the biggest assholes I've ever met in my life.
Sit down. We got her phone still? Yeah, it's right there. Ugh. Do we even know who she is?
No, we don't have her ID yet.
Keep looking for this gentleman.
Got her keys in her purse over here.
She said she didn't have her license on her.
No, we're over the excusable. Now I'm trying to help your friend. Is my camera over there?
It broke.
Yeah, because I was trying to...
There's nobody down there, no vehicles down there.
So her thing is that this is her husband. Her husband quit his job today, has not made any suicidal threats or any threats that she will tell me. Phone is pinging in the river. He was supposed to be at Swig meeting a coworker, which we tried to tell her he's not there, and then she took off.
It looked like his phone was pinging.
Moving towards the yacht club is what it looked like.
Yeah, we can continue to look for him. Anything in this parking lot?
I haven't checked yet.
It was on Denali, right?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Do you guys need me to search her, pat her down?
Yeah, probably. Just give me a minute. I'm a little beyond flustered right now.
Have we figured out who she is yet?
Yeah, where is she at? Which car? Hi.
What's your last name?
First name?
Kristen, Kristin.
Unbelievable.
Like, you're not going to scream in my face.
And then she won't give it any details to the call. Like, you're calling for check safety, but you don't want to stop to at least
And
talk.
it's like you're insulting us to say, hey, you're this, you're that. You're not giving us anything to go off of.
My husband quit his job around 4 o'clock. His father and I went to his office and we helped him get all of his boxes. So when we were leaving the parking lot, he instructed that he was going to get drinks with Jason, someone that he works with at Swig, and that he was going to try to get Jason, who is his assistant, to see if he would want to come with us and be his assistant as he started this new business venture. So I went home, making dinner for my kids. I started getting a really bad feeling, and we share locations with each other so that we can know where each other's at, and if he's coming over dinner. It was in the middle of the river. I really tried to stay calm, but I got down here as fast as I could because...
So you haven't talked to him?
He wouldn't answer his call. I literally started to have a panic attack. I drive here as fast as I can, and I thought, I'm going to call the cops because they can help me. So I pulled up to Swig, and I was on the dispatcher. I told them what Peter looked like. And that one officer was outside. He said, is he in there? And he goes, no.
Okay.
And I told the cop, I'm like, please follow me. He's like, no, you can't. We need more information. I'm like, he's 6'3". I'm like, he's in a suit and tie. And I'm like, I can't wait. I need to get down there. They pulled in front of me, and I thought they were going to help me. And I got out of my car, and they pushed me to the ground. And they said, get in your... Okay, let me rewind. They were treating me like a crazy person. They said, get back in your car. And I'm like, I can't.
I mean, you were acting like one.
Please go down there. And they're like, you can't. You just ran a red light. I'm like, you're not listening to me. My husband could be in the river. He was like, near, like, nah, nah, nah. And then they started telling me that they're going to cuff me. And so I just hit him. I don't know. I just felt like he was
You can't do that.
Like, I was like, please. I'm like, I just want to see. And this was when I punched him because I was like, can you please try? I'm like,
officer?
Yes. I said, I'll stay right here. Can you please go down and see if my husband's in the river? He said something that was so mean that I just lost it. And then they just pushed me to the ground and sat on me. I'm not crazy.
So
I'm not
you're just concerned for the safety of your husband,
Yes,
and you
I
want to
made
find
that
him.
very clear.
Okay. All right. Give me a second, okay?
Hello, you Pete?
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. Is everything okay?
Well, not exactly. Your wife is in custody right now. She was worried about you.
She's in custody?
Yes, she struck one of the officers, but we were trying to look for you.
Oh my God. What happened?
We were trying to get some information out of her about where you were at because your phone was pinging in the river, so she thought you were in the river. So we were trying to find you.
Yeah, I was literally meeting.
Yeah. So she wasn't listening when we were trying to...
Is she okay?
She's okay, yeah. She's just in custody right now.
Okay.
Okay, we were trying to find you and make sure you were okay.
I literally just had a wonderful dinner. I don't know why. So where is she at?
She's in the patrol car. She's gonna be taken to a temporary holding facility here pretty soon and be booked.
Why would she be booked? Just
because she struck one of the officers. She's under arrest for assaulting an officer right now.
I'm sorry that I have like disbelief on my face, but like
I mean, I don't mean to.
Yeah, I'm just
bring you bad news.
I'm just first off, she's okay though.
She is okay. Yes.
Okay. So like, how did she get arrested? How did you guys even know I was like here?
And she must have given her phone to one of the other officers. We were using your location to just find you where you're at right now.
I know. I was sitting in the right over there.
Yeah, she said you were supposed to be at Swig, and she couldn't find you at Swig.
Well, because it's closed.
That was her problem, and she was freaking out because your phone was showing your location.
Can I answer
in the middle of the river?
Can I? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Poppy, I am at exactly where I was supposed to be, and I'm talking. Yeah, I'm with two officers. Kristen's arrested right now. I was sitting at the Fifth Street pub. Okay. All right.
We did, because she was out here and we didn't know where you were at, we did contact the police where your house is to make contact to make sure your children weren't just left at home by themselves.
But I don't understand like why the location and like why would like isn't this like just a misunderstanding? Like, do you think that she was like scared that for my well-being?
Yes, that's exactly what it was.
So like, is there any way that we could just not have her booked and arrested? Like,
for a felony? No, that's not how this works. No, you do something, you kind of got to pay for it.
Is there any possibility?
We're past that. We're past that
really?
point.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know what already happened.
Unfortunately, she struck an officer.
Who did she? She's.
Lost for words.
So we'll try to get her, booked in as quickly as possible.
So she's going to be arrested.
Yes.
Okay.
Just to let you know that your phone died. I just set it up there for you, okay? All right, give us a few minutes. He's been located, okay? You're welcome.
Well, if she finds out that he's fine, she might calm down enough to book her.
I told her.
Can you and Renazi book her? Two faces that calm her down. Could you please? I did bring you water.
Gee, thanks. All right, Kristen. You're going to come with me. You're going to go in my car, and I'm going to explain to you what's going on once we get you to my car. Good with that? All right. Did I tell you anything? No. But I'm going to be the bearer of that news. I know you're going to get a traffic citation. But he's okay. My husband's...
Oh, shit. So she's also getting tickets for the red lights. I mean, that's like the least of her concern now because, like, on one hand, you ran a couple of red lights. That's pretty bad. On the other hand, you hit a police officer. That's orders of magnitude worse. It's literally like two ends of the spectrum of like a fairly minor crime, but one of the lowest level things you could commit. And then one of the worst things you could commit. Like, even in the rough and wild world of GTA, that's still an automatic 2 stars.
On the river. Okay. It's okay. I mean, honestly, I go to jail, like, okay. Over by 5th Street Pub. That's where we found. Yeah, he's okay. He's alright. You're also going to go down to jail, okay? Okay. And you're going to get booked on a couple charges. I don't know what they are yet, but I will let you know shortly. Well, I can't imagine. But they are, I believe it's obstructing and assault on a police officer since you punched that officer, okay?
Honestly, I don't even remember doing it. I'm really sorry. By the way, I never in a million years imagined that I would ever even be capable of doing that. I just want you to know that I am very sorry.
So is there video footage?
Bitches be crazy? Question mark?
Far as
evidence of probing me and just
Yeah, I mean, everything's recorded, like, so we have body cams on, we have cameras in the cars, so I am going to get you down there, and then we'll go from there, okay?
You have any other questions for me?
No.
All right.
Not expecting this.
I know. And I'm sorry to put this on you, and it's just an unfortunate situation right now. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, officer.
Oh shit, this happened almost 2 years ago.
No problem.
After Kristen is transported to jail for booking, her therapist shows up at the police department, and she's not happy.
Her therapist. First of all, the only one shocked here is Kaya that she has a therapist. But her therapist shows up to the booking? That's I've never heard of something like I've never heard of someone's therapist showing up because they were arrested.
Ma'am?
Hey, how are you?
I'm alright. I was told you want to speak with the supervisor.
I do. So, I own the therapist practice right across the street. Kristen is my client. I got a very distressing phone call from her. She thought her husband was in the river. I tried to call back. Crazy. I was walking my dog then, and I saw the van. I didn't even know it was her. Clearly, she was in fight-flight mode, thinking her husband was dying.
Okay.
I don't know if that has any kind of influence at all, but I will attest to I got the phone call. If your spouse you thought was going down to the river, you would do anything you could to get down there.
Okay. It's an it's a pending investigation, so I can't say anything about it right now.
Sure.
But her actions tonight is what led to her arrest. Okay? Actions have consequences.
She hit a police officer.
Okay, so I can't.
And that's not an insignificant crime. That is something that is it's not going to be easy to get them to let that go. You know? Like other stuff, yeah, maybe you can get it dismissed because reasons or whatever. But this, you hit a cop, nah, they're not just gonna forget it like it's water under the bridge. You know, you gotta pay for that.
Give you any information on the call. She's going to jail tonight. She will talk with the judge tomorrow. If you want a report, you can come in, you can get a copy. You can ask for a copy of it. It's public record. It might not be complete tomorrow, but you can at least come down and ask and get that process going. Okay?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, the distress call that I got.
And I understand she called us and we were...
I'd swing if whatever I needed to do if I thought my loved one was in the river.
Yes, but you
Okay.
can't.
It's called fight-flight mode. It's called, yeah. This is why I do what I do with first responders. This world needs to understand. I think something's really wrong here. But I appreciate you coming out and talking.
Have a good night.
About 45 minutes later, Kristen's husband shows up at the police department.
Hi, officer.
How you doing, sir? I'm Officer Laura. I'm the officer in charge tonight.
Were you the one that got struck?
It was not me. It was one of my other guys. You know the situation, right? So she was looking for you.
Yeah.
She's extremely frantic. Wasn't stopping to talk with us, like, at all. Calling us motherfuckers, assholes, pricks, the works. We told her she needed to calm down and kind of explain so that we could get some information to find you.
I was literally sitting here.
Down at Fifth Street Pub,
Yes.
right? Yeah. So we were able to locate you once we started pinging your phone. So at that point, because she's causing a scene and everything, it falls under what's called disorderly conduct.
Okay.
So she's going to be detained. When my officers went to do that, she pulled away and she used her phone and struck my other officer multiple times in the chest with it.
Okay.
So, based on that, she's being charged with disorderly conduct with persistence, and she's being charged with assault of a peace officer.
And she's getting two running a red light tickets.
The assault of a peace officer is a felony. She has to go to jail. We don't have a choice on that when it comes to felonies. We can't just...
Is the officer okay?
He's all right. I don't know, you guys like use Life 360 or something?
No, just Apple iPhone.
Oh, just Apple iPhone?
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
know
It was
why.
pinging down by the river. We get that a lot. Even if you're close, for some reason, a lot of times it pings.
GPS drift is a thing. You know, me and my girlfriend on occasion would rely on it when we would play Pokemon Go. because he would like drift in and out of range of certain Pokestops, and we'd be able to spin them. In all honesty, it kind of just sounds like the wife was over emotional and had an overreaction. And you can't spell overreaction without ovary.
A little bit farther north. That's where we're at right now.
And like you said, there's no way that she's coming home tonight.
Not tonight. She'll have to meet with the judge tomorrow before she'll be allowed out. So.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
No problem.
Thanks for coming out. All right.
According to court records, this suspect, 38-year-old Kristen, was cited for failure to obey traffic control and subsequently charged with felony assault on a peace officer, obstructing official business, and disorderly conduct. She is presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Now, we did some digging and found that Kristen is the author of a children's book series. She also has a talk show that promotes it.
Today we are celebrating the number 100!
Now, her series is all about a fictional place where unique-looking creatures work together to express their love for reading. That working together message is something Kristen herself may need a refresher on, because screaming obscenities at police officers and 911 dispatchers who are trying to help you is about the worst thing you can do in a situation like the one in this body cam. As soon as Kristen was in the patrol car and things settled down, officers were able to get the information they needed and locate her husband almost immediately. And don't get me...
If she would have stayed a little calmer, they would have located her husband. They would have been like, ma'am, he's perfectly okay. He's not in the water. And they would have both been able to go home together. But now she's got a goddamn felony on her record. Which automatically, I'm not sure about every state, but I know in a lot of states it takes away her right to vote, right to bear arms, which, considering her propensity for overreaction, might be a fucking good thing. But all this because she couldn't remain calm for just a little bit.
Started on the therapist. Fight or flight is a natural response to stress or danger, but it doesn't excuse yelling profanity, calling people vulgar names, or physically attacking someone. We've all experienced adrenaline, but we don't all start punching people because of it. A therapist's job is to help people develop healthy, non-violent ways of coping with stress, not defend violent behavior.
After producing this video, the author had several comments to say to us, including threatening to sue us if the video was released.
My number should not be tied to this because there are legal implications of protecting my family against a video that was illegally released with personal
No. Body cameras is foiable.
information and then manipulated online without full context of the story, or cops that are actually under investigation themselves for how this was handled.
Gotcha. Tell me about what's the legal concern? You said lawsuit.
This is absolutely ground for a lawsuit, and you will be hearing from my lawyer.
Okay,
You did not publish an article about me and my family about a fake video online
Okay,
from
so
a year ago.
the video is fake. What's fake about the video?
It is clipped together. Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. You're gonna be hearing from my lawyer.
Okay, and is there anything that's...
It's been a while since we checked in.
Guess they never heard from her lawyer. It's over. Blue Sky has betrayed its own users by Hero Hey. Let's check it out.
It's been a while since we checked in with our good friends over on Blue Sky. Let's see how they're doing.
Not well. They are not well, friend. They are not well.
4 days ago, we got this, a top post on the Blue Sky social subreddit. Blue Sky's active user base is shrinking as its focus expands beyond the app. Yeah, I don't know about that headline. That sounds a little bit copy. Yeah, the user base might be shrinking, but that's because we're just expanding our focus, guys. That's why. It's a good thing, actually. Hey, the user base is dying, but it's a good thing. Actually, the journalist going on to say, over a year following its post-election surge, Blue Sky's mobile app is seeing a continued decline in active users, though its remaining community is still relatively engaged. They can't even just say it's engaged.
Relatively. Wow. Yeah, that's right. They can't even say engaged. Relatively, it's engaged. And yeah, Blue Sky is a snore fest.
You gotta say it's relatively engaged.
I'm there, but just barely.
Like, oh my gosh, that's rough. But don't worry, guys, because this isn't over. Blue Sky is bigger than Blue Sky. Is the cope becoming overwhelming yet? Like, oh my gosh. Realize you're also a member of the billionaire-proof open social web called Atmosphere. So now they're trying to get all Blue Sky users to like centralize all their information. They're trying to have all your accounts for things linked to one central account that they're calling the Atmosphere account. Yeah, this is one of the most billionaire sounding things I've heard. This is what billionaires and corpos are already trying to do with people. Like, hey, yeah, give us all your information, store it all here on one account that's centralized. But don't worry, you're totally a part of the resistance, everybody. Keep on resisting. Just give us your information first. Oh, I love this post. Check this one out. Quote unquote, liberal bubble has only ever meant anywhere where right-wing perspectives aren't artificially elevated and forced into everyone's feeds.
No, that's not true. I'm on both Blue Sky and Twitter. And I will say that on Twitter, I can't even say that there's like a right-wing lean. It's because there's not. There's left-leaning people on Twitter, there's right-leaning people on Twitter, there's non-political people on Twitter. And it's a site where pretty much, you know, no one is favored among the others. No one is. It's not a bubble. You know, the liberal bubble is very much a thing in a lot of other sites. Take Reddit, for example.
You're posting this on Reddit? Sir.
Yep. I mean, I literally just said it.
Sir, you're posting this on Reddit. Reddit is literally infamous for art.
Reddit is the liberal fucking bubble, bro. Like, I only recently took the fuck Reddit out of my stream title. And only just because, like, I was just sick of having it there, and I wanted to utilize that finite real estate on my stream title for other stuff rather than constantly like flipping the bird to a platform that I haven't been on or been contributing to at least for months. So I was like, you know what, enough's enough. But I don't miss Reddit in general. I miss certain subreddits. You know, there are a handful of subreddits that I really enjoyed that I do miss being able to participate in. But for the most part, Reddit can go fuck itself because it is quite literally a leftist cesspool.
Officially propping up left-wing perspectives and banning anyone who dares go against the hive mind. You don't even need to be right-wing. If you simply disagree, like I said, with the hive mind, you'll get downvoted, mass downvoted, you'll get insulted, you might just get outright banned or suspended.
I did.
And this is such well-established fact at this point in time, on top of all the power mod issues as well, and a bunch of other stuff we could bring up.
Oh yeah, and you know, there are some Reddit users who definitely do get priority. There was another Reddit user who got permanently banned for something much more egregious than what I got banned for. And like a week later, he made a brand new account using the exact same name, but just with like an underscore afterwards. And even after I reported him for ban evasion, they just let him be. But meanwhile, if I tried to create a new Reddit account right now, it would get banned within like fucking 15 minutes.
It's crazy that they're trying to co-post about this. Back over to Blue Sky, as if all of this wasn't bad enough. There's also a lot of users expressing their understandable anger on this one towards the massive amount of age verification that's currently unfolding over on Blue Sky. For example, this post titled, "Direct Anger at States and Think Critically Instead of Quitting Blue Sky Over Age Verification." So Blue Sky has apparently had excessive age verification even compared to other platforms, and again, on this one I understand their anger, completely justified. But it's funny that the OP here is saying like, think critically, don't just quit Blue Sky, because that's not thinking critically, that's This guy has an agenda, which is don't quit Blue Sky,
Mhm.
and he's trying to get people to not quit Blue Sky under the guise of, hey, listen to me, I'm telling you to think critically. But again, he's not really meaning that. He just means direct your anger here, and please don't quit Blue Sky. This is to say that he's telling you what to do, and he's framing it as if you listen to him, you have critical thinking. That's not how this works. You're essentially saying, hey, follow the hive mind and don't question things entirely. Just question the convenient parts. Don't question the rest. Guess what? That's not thinking critically. As a matter of fact, that's not even thinking. That's just following. Now, credit where credit's due, one of the top responses is actually calling out the OP, writing, Instagram isn't making me verify, X isn't making me verify, Facebook isn't making me verify, only Blue Sky. I'm not angry. I'm just not jumping through hoops to get that one social media site. The OP responds and says, best believe they'll all make you verify soon. There's a lot of age verification laws in Texas. It's just that one of them is directed at the App Store, but the rest requires compliance. So the other social media will comply in advance. And a response says, then we'll quit those too. To get around the age verification, some Blue Sky users are making PSAs like this. PSA, if you see an age verification notice, please use a different Blue Sky client like Witch Sky. It's just funny because there's already this meme of how for some reason Blue Sky users, a number of them from the user base that's left, likes to LARP as if they're witches. So I'm like, of course there would be a client named Witch Sky. Like, wow, daring today, aren't we, guys? EOP gets 214 upvotes.
There are other
but I
Blue
love
Sky
the top comment.
clients
It
other
just
than the
says,
official one?
if they
What the
require
fuck?
that of me, I'm just never logging in again. So again, while there are a lot of people trying to cope post about what's going on and still trying to get people to use Blue Sky, still shilling for Blue Sky, we are also seeing a growing number of people pushing back against the age verification that's going on. For example, this post that reads, goodbye Blue Sky, no to sharing social security number, credit card, nor driver's license. So yeah, if you want the privilege of using Blue Sky, don't worry, just give us...
Are you fucking kidding me? The last four of your social? What the fuck, bro?
Either the last 4 digits of your social security number or your credit card or your ID scan, you know, no big deal. And don't worry guys, you're still totally a part of the resistance, just comply. That's all you gotta do. And that's the latest for Blue Sky. Thank you for tuning in, have a lovely rest of your weekend, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hey Gray, what's going on? Actually, yeah.
This is the
I kind of want to see this one because my feelings on this topic have shifted a little bit here and there. I mean, but as of right now, like if you were to put my phone next to my girlfriend's phone, it is a stark difference. I have a much smaller phone than the average phone for today. And it seems that's going away. The death of small smartphones by 91 Tech. Let's check it out.
This is the iPhone 13 mini. It is really small, with only a 5.4-inch display. The battery life is terrible, and performance isn't getting any better as the phone nears 5 years old. But all things considered, it's a pretty solid smartphone, set to receive another couple of years of major iOS support. And it's extremely comfortable to use, with your thumb easily reaching all 4 corners of the screen. There's plenty of reason for current users to want to upgrade from the 13 mini, and even more so from the older 12 mini. But there's also one major reason why not, and that's the sad, tragic reality that there is no direct successor.
That's more, maybe a little bit of a bigger size difference, but that's kind of what like my phone looks like next to my girlfriend's phone. She has a regular ass like standard size Samsung whatever, and I have the 3rd generation iPhone SE. And thank you for the kicks, Gray Matter. I really appreciate that.
To these mini iPhones. The smallest device Apple currently offers is the 6.1-inch iPhone 17e. If you go searching for small Android smartphones, you'll find lists featuring the likes of the Galaxy S26 and Pixel 10, both of which have 6.3-inch displays. There are those who might claim that something like the Galaxy Z Flip could be considered a small smartphone, and it sort of is, as it will take up less space folded up in your pocket, and does have a 4.1-inch exterior display. But that display has very limited functionality, and once you do unfold the phone, you're looking at an extremely tall display that certainly can't be considered small. If you're
Yeah, my phone has a 4.7-inch screen, I think.
simply wanting a flagship or even mid-range smartphone that offers easy one-handed usage, you're out of luck. And sure, it's not like there's a ton of users who really prefer these mini phones, but I'm willing to wager there's more than you think. The decline of compact form factor options is an absolute tragedy. This slow death of devices focused first and foremost on usability, practicality, and comfort. So please consider hitting that like button, and maybe go grab a snack as we discuss today the lost art of small smartphones. When the first iPhone shocked the world in 2006,
And yeah, I have a first generation iPhone. It's incredibly tiny. Like, it's even, I would say, a little too small for today. But back then, it was revolutionary.
it was big. And I don't mean it was just big in its significance, but its actual physical size.
It's got a 3.5-inch screen on it. It's really big.
An internal Samsung document from December 2008 cited feedback from a user calling the phone quite monstrously large, because it kind of was, though plenty of other early smartphones were often even bulkier. But that screen was huge, and it had to be big in order to not only fit all of the internals, but also to account for the fact that it was touchscreen and used a digital keyboard. And the idea that there was only one button on the front to begin with was just as inconceivable as anything else.
$500? I said, that is the most expensive
And now we don't even have that. And now we have no button on the front.
phone in the world, and it doesn't appeal to business customers because it doesn't have a keyboard, which makes it not a very good email machine.
Fair to say that Steve Ballmer would be proven wrong, as iPhone went on to completely redefine smartphones and spark a technological revolution. In this new and foreign world of touchscreen phones, it seemed anything was possible, and with the launch of the App Store in 2008 and the massive wave of innovation spawning from third-party developers, the blueprint for what a smartphone could and would be was ever evolving. These weren't just phones anymore, but they weren't quite replacements for traditional computers yet either. Smartphones were an entirely new beast altogether, and their unmatched convenience led to users becoming more and more reliant on this singular device for all forms of utility as well as entertainment. This touch interface was awesome and a joy to use, and so in came the much larger iPad, essentially an oversized iPhone without the phoning capabilities.
I have at least one first generation iPad. I think I actually have two. I have like a good moderate collection of older, what you would call obsolete iPads from different like eras that all serve different functions in my house. And of course, I also have the iPads that I started getting new from 2020 onward, where like I got my first iPad mini as a entertainment device because I was doing security then too. And I was spending like 16 hours just at this desk. And I was like, it really isn't comfortable watching YouTube on my phone the whole time. And around that time, like my cable company was like, hey, we're offering an iPad if you sign up for mobile service and pay like X amount of money a month. And I was like, you know what? I'm making the money. I can afford it. Let me do it. And then I just upgraded and then upgraded again to the Pro when I started streaming because the other two couldn't handle Prism Live's overlay screencast. And essentially I wouldn't be able to use the VTuber model with Prism Live on those two. So they just became extra monitors, which is how I'm monitoring my chat and stuff. It's really cool because like I could honestly set this entire thing up like in my car, parked in a parking lot, pretty much anywhere, and run this entire thing just wherever I am. It happens to be convenient here because I have power, but like I have enough battery packs to do a full 5-6 hour stream. Just pretty much mobile anywhere.
It all made sense, and it seemed so natural to own a tablet as a separate secondary device for when you're at home or wherever you might want a more spacious display. And then for on the go, you had your more compact smartphone, conveniently usable with one hand. But this did leave a gaping hole in the market, one that seems obvious in hindsight. What about an in-between? What if you were to merge these two devices?
Phone? Tablet? Feel free, it's Galaxy Note.
And so the phablet was born, with the Samsung Galaxy Note in 2011 catalyzing the concept's popularity. At a colossal 5.3 inches, it was divisive, but quickly found appeal within a newly formed niche subset of the market. In 2012, Samsung would launch what would perhaps be their most important product in company history with the Galaxy S3, with its large but not so unreasonable 4.8-inch display. It would go on to sell 70 million units and thrust Samsung as the industry leader on the Android side of the aisle, making the still 3.5-inch iPhone 4S feel puny by comparison. Suddenly, that really big iPhone wasn't looking quite so big anymore, and so come fall 2012, Apple would release the now 4-inch iPhone 5. At this point in time, plenty of users, if not the majority at least on the iPhone side, did prefer the compact display sizes, but there were clear benefits to having more screen space, and Apple managed to seemingly perfectly blend the best of both worlds, as the iPhone 5 didn't get any wider, but taller. This made it just as comfortable as any other iPhone to hold with one hand, even more so with its thin and light form factor, and there was particular—
Yeah, you know, I think the 5S was when I started having modern iPhones again, and it did feel really good in the hand. I do sort of miss how the iPhone 5S felt when I was using it. I've transitioned to something more akin to like the 6 onward series, but that one was just, it felt so good in the hand. It was a perfect proportion, and nowadays it might feel a little small, but I really liked it. I have very fond memories of this particular brand of iPhone.
Emphasis put on the ability to reach all 4 corners of the screen with your thumb. For many, the iPhone 5, and likewise the iPhone 5S, featured the absolute perfect smartphone design. The 16:9 aspect ratio was ideal.
That too. It was the first time that the phone screen was perfectly tuned for watching videos on, where there was no negative space like you got here, because the iPad is more of I think it's a 4:3 aspect ratio or something close to it. So when watching 16:9 videos on YouTube, you have these 2 little big fucking bars here, but whatever. It is what it is.
For modern media, and the added verticality allowed for much more to fit on the screen without the experience becoming cumbersome. If you were an enjoyer of the compact form factor, this was your golden age of smartphones.
Yeah.
But the times, they were a-changing, and suddenly it wasn't just Samsung coming out with phablets. Androids as a whole kept getting bigger and bigger, and it was becoming clear that Apple was leaving unthinkable amounts of cash on the table by sticking with their 4-inch phones. The demand for an iPhone phablet was only increasing every year, regardless of how many users might have still been satisfied with the current size.
The Plus. One of my chat screens is an old iPhone. I think it's a 7 Plus. I don't think it's a 7S Plus. I think it's a regular 7. But it's the Plus model, and it's actually pretty cool because it has the landscape mode like tablets do. It really is a phablet, and unfortunately, they just kind of don't do that anymore.
Fall 2014, Apple would cement this future direction of smartphones with their own first entries into the phablet category, the iPhone 6 and 6 Plus, devices that would go on to become far and away the best-selling smartphones of all time with over 220 million units shipped. This event showed the writing on the wall for small smartphones. It was the beginning of the end, as Apple was clearly no longer abiding by their previous mantra of phones being easily usable with just one hand. And in their defense, why should they be? As established, smartphones did so so much now, and they had become so vital to everyday life. It only makes sense there would be such an enormous audience for equally enormous displays. And as for iPhone users who had faithfully stayed loyal through the years and swore by their compact form factors, so long as there were still smaller options, this really was a win-win. The catch here, however, is you need Apple to provide those small options, and initially they would. The iPhone 5S, along with the 5C, were still available after the 6 came out at lower price tags. And the next year, with the launch of the iPhone 6S and 6S Plus, the 5S would yet again stick around. At this point, the 5S was 2 years old, and while it was still performing far better than most phones would thanks to its impressive internal specs, it was still aging, and Apple was well aware there were still a substantial number of users holding out on their 4-inch iPhones, ready for an upgrade but unwilling to jump to even the 4.7-inch iPhone 6 or 6S. And so, Apple Spring 2016 would do something completely unprecedented, release mid-cycle a brand new iPhone with the 5S design and the specs of the 6S, all for a shockingly reasonable budget price point. Enter the iPhone Special Edition.
And while the vast majority of our customers prefer these larger display iPhones, we're here today to talk about a smaller iPhone.
On the Android side, things weren't looking quite as bright for the admittedly smaller number of users who preferred small form factors. While yes, there would always be endless numbers of cheap, flimsy phones that were definitely small, there was an absence of true compact flagship options. Back in 2012 with the Galaxy S3, Samsung knew phablets weren't going to appeal to everyone yet, and so 6 months after the S3 they released the mid-range 4-inch Galaxy S3 Mini. It had a downgraded camera, but otherwise mostly held up to its bigger brother. In 2013 we would likewise see the S4 Mini, but now at a slightly larger 4.3 inches. Even the Mini Galaxy S model was still bigger than Apple's largest options at this point. The S5 Mini in 2014 would further upsize with a 4.5-inch panel, and it would also mark the end of the Mini Galaxy line. These phones were never true flagships, but they at least showed an effort on Samsung's part to appeal to those still not convinced by their more expensive phablets. Broadening our scope of the Android market from 2014, the 4.3-inch Sony Xperia Z1 Compact was a respectable flagship, the LG G2 Mini was a thing, but it really wasn't all that mini at 4.7 inches. The HTC One Mini 2 featured a 4.5-inch display, and yeah, this is a...
Yeah, the big phone people really did win this battle. Sometimes you just gotta hang it up, you know? When I eventually do get a new phone, it probably will be a significantly larger one, and I'll just have to start getting used to it. But, you know, for the time, I liked being a small phone person.
More obscure and forgotten trend from Android manufacturers of the mid-2010s, remaking their popular flagships in a smaller design at a lower price point and slapping Mini at the end of the name. Pretty typical copying of Samsung's homework. Let's just say the trend of everyone reusing the same adjectives like Pro, Max, and Ultra isn't exactly unique to phones of today. A common denominator between all these phones is that they generally did have downsides compared to their larger main flagship models. This did allow for a lower price tag, but it also meant a compromised experience. It was often a worse chipset, a worse camera, it was just never quite at the same level. And if you wanted the best possible compact smartphone, you simply didn't have much selection on the Android side. 2015 would see an even more paltry crop of small phones, including the Galaxy S4 Mini. Wait, hold on, no that can't be right. Except it is, because Samsung made the questionable choice of repackaging the S4 Mini as the S4 Mini Plus. Yes, this was a real thing, still sized at 4.3 inches and now featuring an upgraded chipset, and that's really the only difference. Why an upgraded S4 Mini and not an S5 Mini? Possibly because the S4 was far more popular and they had leftover parts to use, or maybe they just felt like making some random YouTuber's life a bit more difficult when evaluating the decline of small smartphones over a decade later. Take your pick.
iPhone is the most loved smartphone in the world, and today we're welcoming a new member to the iPhone family.
Enter the iPhone SE in 2016, a lifeline.
iPhone SE 2nd generation. I have the 3rd generation, which is literally the same phone, but with better internals. Same form factor.
To the dedicated small phone enjoyer, and the final iPhone with a headphone jack, as if it wasn't great enough already. At 4 inches, it had a true and pure compact form factor, but limited any compromise from the 6S to reasonable exclusions, like no 2nd-gen Touch ID, no 3D Touch, no upgraded selfie camera, but it did have the same A9 chipset, the same 4K-capable 12-megapixel rear sensor, and most importantly, that beautiful aluminum and glass design. This phone right here was very likely to be the peak of small smartphones forever. ever. It was clear that the demand for mini flagships was plummeting. HTC had ended their own mini lineup, with the president of HTC North Asia asserting that the industry was moving towards new phones over 5 inches in size. And hey, if anyone was going to understand the future of the industry, it would be HTC in 2015, right? Right? This was a transitional time for smartphones, with old giants like LG and HTC set to fade into irrelevancy in the latter half of the 2010s. But I'm not suggesting their killing of small smartphones had any impact on this. In fact, they were probably right to scrap them. I think it's fair to assert that the desire for small smartphones has always been much greater on the Apple side, likely in large part due to how they catered to these users for so much longer than anyone else, to the point of even releasing a phone as amazingly consumer-friendly as the SE. They could have left that 5S in their lineup to rot, but they didn't. Heck, that SE when it came out was cheaper than the 5S had just cost. Apple wouldn't directly upgrade the SE, but they would at least keep it relevant over the coming years by increasing its storage and lowering the price to maintain its impressive value. When the $1,000 iPhone X once again shook the world in 2017, the 4-inch iPhone SE was still available at $350. What a world we lived in when these two phones could be both sold simultaneously.
Yeah.
The iPhone X itself was actually not all that large, with an edge-to-edge 5.8-inch display, but roughly the physical footprint of a non-Plus iPhone. Like it or not, by this point in time, the 4.7-inch iPhone 8 was considered to be medium-sized, if not outright small. Expectations had shifted.
Yeah, because that's essentially the size, the form factor that I have now, and this is considered a small phone. Like, a couple of days ago, was it yesterday or the day before? Yeah, day before. Shit, I'm fucking out of it. Day before yesterday, me and my girlfriend were hanging out, and we put our phones next to each other. And I mean, it's funny. It really is, because we both have the same brand phone case in the same color. So it's especially from the back or when the phones are off, they look very similar when they're in their cases. The only difference is that my screen protector is already cracked because I have a terrible habit of dropping my phone. So I just go through screen protectors like nobody's business. And sadly, it also means I cannot keep a screen protector on my goddamn phone for more than maybe a month or two before it gets at least one little hairline crack in it, which inevitably leads to more cracks and little craters, and then it won't type right when it's charging, and then I'm like, hey babe, I need you to put a new screen protector on my phone for me because it's acting stupid again, and that's how the cycle goes. But when me and my girlfriend were just having our phones next to each other, my phone looked really small next to hers because it is. And her phone isn't even a really big phone. It's a normal size phone now.
And these phones weren't so much phablet smartphones anymore as they were just smartphones. 1 year later, fall 2018, the iPhone SE would be officially discontinued with no direct replacement. This did cause a minor fuss at the time, with those who feel legitimate discomfort with larger phones now left without any recourse. If you have small hands, tough luck. The perfect iPhone design was gone forever. Or so it would seem, because Apple wasn't yet quite done with this niche consumer base. You would just have to wait a little while.
It's very ironic. I was a couple of weeks away from buying a used iPhone SE 2nd generation when the iPhone SE 3rd generation was announced, and I was like, let me see if I can get that instead. And I was able to get that, and I'm glad because, as jacked up as my phone is now, 4 years later, it's still relevant. It still has the newest iOS and all that shit.
Meantime, though, a quick shout out to the Galaxy S10e. It released 2019 and had a 5.8-inch AMOLED display, making it one of the most compact flagships Samsung had had in years, though unfortunately it never really got a proper successor. And then, finally, in 2020, we would see the release of the 2nd generation iPhone SE. Okay, now we're talking, and it reused the design of the iPhone 8. Never mind. Yes, this was a small phone by 2020 standards, but it just wasn't the same thing, and it reused a design not nearly as beloved as that of the 5S. Still, it was better than nothing, and if you weren't ready to move on from the home button and Touch ID, then it was a reasonable purchase. But maybe...
Yeah. That was another big reason I got the SE, was because I got the one after this one, but I got it because I like the home button. And I think that's the thing I'm going to miss the most about when I finally do get a newer iPhone is that it'll be the first time I won't have a home button on my phone for like more than a goddamn decade. It's gonna feel extremely fucking weird.
Don't pull the trigger on anything yet, because October 2020, Apple was about to do something I never thought they would do again.
So that's iPhone 12 with 5G. But to add to all these big announcements, we also wanted to do something a little different.
I wish I could play the full clip because it is brilliant, but unfortunately copyrights won't let me. This event features Apple showing off the iPhone 12, giving the pretty standard spiel about its specs and upgrades like the OLED panel and refined, more boxy iPhone 5-like design. It's almost perfect. And then, after an amusing reveal, we can finally lay our eyes on the glorious iPhone 12 mini.
With its amazing size, it fits in the palm of your hand, while still keeping the expansive edge-to-edge Super Retina XDR display.
This is a phone that really shouldn't exist, but it did, and does, and it's even expected to get another year of updates as of making this video. Ever since the iPhone X, you would see the odd mock-up or render making the rounds on Twitter and Reddit, showing off a theoretical iPhone SE successor with the modern edge-to-edge display and notch, all in a compact form factor, and now here it was for real. And it was brilliant. This was a genuine flagship smartphone in a mini body. And while it wasn't a pro iPhone, sure, it was still every bit as great as the 6.1-inch iPhone 12, just with a smaller 5.4-inch display. There were absolutely zero downsides. Same cameras, same chips, same everything. You just had, the physically smaller battery, and the notch felt a little larger due to the shorter width of the phone. But for anyone who is still struggling to get by on their 2016 iPhone SE, which was actually still fully up to date when the 12 mini came out, you finally had a worthy successor. The next year, Apple would follow up with the iPhone 13 and 13 mini, their final true small smartphone, retaining practically the same design as the iPhone 12 and 12 mini, just with a smaller notch and now those diagonally oriented camera lenses, and I guess some different colors. The new notch was actually a big help here since
I've thought about getting one of these used because it still has a couple of years of support left in it, and I could do some stuff with it.
corners had felt extremely crammed with the 12
and they're not at all that expensive anymore.
mini. There's a bit more room now for the clock and battery and network signal up there to breathe a little. Overall, this was a fairly incremental upgrade across the board, but along with double the base storage and the A15 chipset, we also saw some better battery life, which was an extremely important improvement, even if it's only 2 additional hours of video playback. And this leads into the less fun side of small smartphones, the fact that they do have some inevitable downsides. There is a lot of upside too, like the 12 mini and 13 mini were both priced $100 cheaper than the larger models, but if you didn't specifically want that smaller display, you were probably going to be better off spending a bit more for the 6.1-inch phone, as the battery life would be significantly better. And the hard truth is, most people just don't want small phones. If the market for them was bigger, there would be a lot more options. But there's a reason Apple would swing the opposite way in 2022, releasing the iPhone 14 and 14 Plus. The sweet spot for the average user seems to be around that 6.1-inch to 6.3-inch size, though there are plenty who prefer the larger sizes as well, hence the Pro Max iPhones. And we can get an idea of just how few minis actually sold. If you go to ebay.com and look at the iPhone 12 or 13, looking at the number of models available, there are just way fewer minis. Wow. I will say, there are more 13 minis available than I would have expected, about half the number of the larger 13. And what's interesting is that the iPhone 14 versus the 14 Plus has a difference a lot closer to the 12 versus 12 mini numbers, which I think at least goes to show that the plus size option was a complete failure as well. And we already knew that, but it's not as if it sold significantly better than the mini, if better at all. The Plus was also always going to be a redundant choice within Apple's lineup, since the max size option already existed, and it wasn't even all that much more money. The iPhone 13 mini was $700, the 13 $800, and then in 2022, the 14 cost $800 and 14 Plus $900. So not only did Apple get rid of their smallest option, but they also essentially raised the barrier for entry on their mid-range models. It also made so little sense to get the $900 14 Plus when for only $1,100 you could get the 14 Pro Max, a far, far better device. While these eBay numbers aren't the end-all be-all, they do give us an indication of the disparity between sizes, and as much as I would love to see another mini model in the future, from a business perspective, it makes sense that Apple is now just selling the iPhone 17 without any secondary size option. And there's also less of a need for a smaller smartphone these days. Let's be completely fair, mobile software has become a lot more accessible than it was a decade plus ago. Back in the day, you had to reach up to the top left corner to go back in iOS, for example, but then they added the clever dragging from the side to go back instead, so you don't have to reach as far. Media and mobile content in general has also evolved to become far better suited to smartphone displays.
That's
Social
true.
media or apps like TikTok don't really require any reach at all. You can simply scroll the screen instead, and the important buttons are generally
He does have a point there. He really does.
near the bottom. There's even accessibility options
Thanks
to
for
make your
lurking,
keyboard
Grandmother.
easier to use for one-handed typing. I think most who live and die by these smaller displays probably could adapt to the bigger screens without too much issue, probably. But even so, it doesn't change the fact that they really shouldn't have to. It's so unfortunate that this group of users, no matter how niche, don't have a product catering to their needs anymore. Small phones also force the manufacturer to get clever in their design and build, force them to work around the compromises of the form factor. Limitations breed creativity, just like how Apple had to pull off a bunch of engineering magic to get even half-decent battery life and manage to cram everything into the iPhone Air, an extremely thin phone. If they were to properly make a small phone today, I bet it would be an incredible device. Now technically, the 2021 iPhone 13 mini isn't the final small smartphone if you want to count the 2022 iPhone SE 3rd generation, but not only is that phone larger, but it also just sucked and is probably the laziest device Apple has ever made, so I would consider the 13 mini to be the true last compact smartphone. And sadly, it is very likely that it always will be. It's a beautiful phone and so comfortable to use. Truly, small smartphones are a lost art.
Yes.
What might the future hold for small smartphones? Well, the 13 mini will likely get iOS 27 and iOS 28, so if you're still using it today, you've got a bit of time to at least still be fully up to date. A battery replacement is probably going to be a requirement at some point, but even at full health, the battery life is pretty awful, so a portable battery bank is going to be your lifeline. Or, you know, just live in low power.
Well, me and my girlfriend are Pokemon Go players, so we have a small arsenal of battery packs. I have battery packs that can power my tablets. I have battery packs to power my phones. I have battery packs to recharge my headset. I have battery packs for everything.
Power mode all the time. As said at the beginning of this video, we do have phones like the Galaxy Z Flip that sort of give a smaller form factor. If your main concern is that you want a more compact device in your pocket, but the screen size itself when you're using it isn't a big deal, then this is a good fit. Even if I would consider these modern flip phones to be more gimmicky than anything else, at least they're pretty cool. There might be some hope if you have deep pockets. Rumors are pointing to the upcoming foldable iPhone having a 5.5-inch display when closed, then 7.8 inches when opened. So if you left it folded up, then this would make for the smallest iPhone since the minis, and even folded, it should be no thicker than your regular smartphone.
You know, maybe I'll wait for that. I'm not big on the whole folding tech, but I mean it could be kind of cool. Could be worth a try. Look, my 3rd gen SE won't last forever, right? It's beginning to show signs of its age. It's still kicking, but it's beginning to sort of be a little bit less snappy. So eventually I'll have to move on to something else. So we'll see.
But obviously at best, this is a pretty poor alternative to a small smartphone, especially at $2,000 plus. Personally, I'm doubtful we'll ever see another mini iPhone. It just isn't profitable for Apple anymore, and frankly, I'm still surprised we even got the 12 and 13 minis to begin with. I'm at least grateful they exist at all. One final reprieve for the iPhone user who was never willing to move on to phablets, who appreciated the emphasis on one-handed usability. I may not fall into that category myself personally, but there is something so special to me about these phones, and any mini iPhone user I've ever talked to has expressed disappointment in the lack of newer minis. I doubt you'll find a more loyal group of users than those who swear by their mini iPhones. I mean, look at what they have to put up with in battery life. And who knows, maybe Apple will prove me wrong one day and surprise all of us. They've done it before. But for now, I hope you enjoyed this video, and if so, please hit that like button and consider subscribing for more content just like this. I've been meaning to talk about the decline of small smartphones for a while, so I'm glad we got to do so today. Are any of you using a mini iPhone? How do you feel about small smartphones and the lack of any real options on the market anymore? Make sure to leave your thoughts in the comments down below. Thank you so much for watching. I am Josh from 91 Tech, and I will see you all next time.
Let's check the... We'll actually add this to the playlist. All right. I like these, what your X brand says about you. What your laptop brand says about you, and it's brutally honest.
Apple MacBook. Apple. The official laptop for...
Let me guess. You have money and you have artistic talents.
People who spend $2,000 to sit in a local Starbucks for 6 hours doing work that could easily be accomplished on a refurbished iPad from 2018. MacBook owners don't just buy a computer, they purchase an exclusive entry pass into an aesthetic cult. They view Windows users the same way medieval royalty viewed mud-covered peasants. You have two distinct camps here. First, the MacBook Air crowd. Oat milk latte enthusiasts who genuinely believe Steve Jobs personally blessed their glass trackpad. Then, the MacBook Pro M Max power users. Guys who buy a $4,000 machine with 64 GB of unified memory just to browse Reddit, reply to Slack messages, and render a 20-second CapCut video once every 6 months. They will corner you at a dinner party to explain Apple's silicon thermal efficiency like they personally engineered the M-series chip in their garage. Nobody asked, Greg. Nobody ever asked. The stereotype is that they are elitist cafe squatters who get physically nauseous at the mere sight of a USB-A port or a thick bezel. But let's be real. The battery lasts 3 days. The aluminum chassis is black magic, and it never slows down. MacBook drivers know they paid the Apple tax, and honestly, they love letting you know they can afford it.
And, you know, look, Apple does make some good shit. I'm a fan of Apple shit, all right? They make good shit. What do you want?
Lenovo ThinkPad. Lenovo ThinkPad.
I remember when it was the IBM ThinkPad.
The laptop brand for people who think fun is a dirty word, RGB lighting is a punishable crime, and cable management is a core personality trait. ThinkPad owners are the human equivalent of a brick wall built in 1989. They don't care about thin bezels, metallic rose gold finishes, or glass touchpads. They want a matte black military-grade tank that can survive a 2-story drop, a spilled hot mug of black coffee, and a full nuclear fallout. These people are total cultists.
And yeah, the ThinkPad will do that now, I heard.
Super fanboys. The red rubber track point obsessives. The guy who will aggressively fight you in a...
that thing. The track point. Oh my god.
Parking lot if you call it a nipple mouse.
Nipple mouse. It's a mouse clit.
They fall into two main buckets. Linux sysadmins who haven't seen direct sunlight since 2016, or corporate IT consultants running custom Arch Linux setups on a machine that looks like a government satellite receiver from the Cold War. Jokes aside, ThinkPads are immortal. The keyboards are absolute perfection. The port selection puts modern Ultrabooks to shame, and they will easily outlive humanity. It's total Stockholm Syndrome on a heavy hinge. But if the world ends tomorrow, only two things will remain standing. Cockroaches and a 2012 ThinkPad T430 still running system diagnostics. Gaming laptops, Asus ROG, Razer, MSI. Asus ROG, Razer, and MSI. The official laptop brand. For people who think jet engine fan noise is a human right and RGB lighting directly increases frame rates, gaming laptop owners have made peace with three undeniable facts: atrocious battery life, carrying a power brick the size and weight of a concrete brick, and turning every quiet university library into an airplane runway test facility.
Now, I didn't have a gaming laptop back in college, but I did have a laptop I played games on. And yeah, you could always find me like on the couch by the outlet playing Ragnarok.
The Razer crowd, folks who swear they bought the MacBook of PC gaming while actively ignoring the fact that their lithium battery is currently swelling like a blowfish. Then there are the Raj and MSI bros, sitting in the back row of an economics lecture with neon green lights pulsing across their keyboard, aggressively alt-tabbing away from Cyberpunk 2077 the second the professor turns around. They will loudly defend their 10-pound setup by shouting about 240 Hz refresh rates, liquid metal cooling, and thermal paste efficiency. But credit where it's due, they get desktop-level horsepower on the go. Sure.
I mean, if you can call that fucking 10-pound setup on the go.
The bottom panel burns your thighs at a crisp 95 degrees.
Oh, I remember getting burned by laptops. Yeah. If you're just like wearing thin shorts or using a laptop naked for reasons, you gotta watch because you can burn yourself with those things.
Celsius. But hey, third-degree burns are a tiny price to pay for maximum FPS and ray tracing. Dell XPS.
Hey, that's what I used to have.
Dell XPS. The official laptop for Windows users who desperately want the prestige and sleek design of a MacBook without actually joining the Apple ecosystem. XPS owners are corporate middle managers, senior software engineers, and people who casually drop phrases like woven carbon fiber palm rest into casual conversation like they drive a Porsche. They operate with a quiet sense of superiority, thinking, I have open source flexibility and premium industrial craftsmanship. That is, until they put the laptop in their backpack, Windows fails to go to sleep, and it transforms into a literal thermal weapon that drains 90% of its battery while idling. There are two camps. Practical developers who legitimately need raw hardware specs combined with a gorgeous 4K OLED screen, and corporate executives who drop $2,000 on an XPS 13 just to look sophisticated on Zoom calls. They are stunning machines with brilliant display engineering, but deep down, every single XPS owner has a traumatic personal story about a touchpad driver update that completely broke their machine for a week. Yet they still buy another one, because when it works, it feels like the pinnacle of engineering. Acer and HP Mainstream. Acer and Mainstream HP. The laptop equivalent of a 2004 Honda Civic with a missing hubcap and a squeaky belt. Nobody wakes up in the morning, looks in the mirror, and says, my ultimate dream in life is to own an HP Pavilion. You bought an Acer or an HP because it was $399
pretty much
on Black Friday at Best Buy, and you needed something to type a resume or watch YouTube. HP Mainstream owners fall into two categories. College students operating on a budget of instant ramen and pure hope, or broke uncles whose laptops are 90% McAfee pop-ups and 10% compressed dust. The plastic casing creaks when you touch it, the hinges groan when you open the lid, and the trackpad feels like dragging your finger across wet cardboard. And yet, these machines are the unsung, indestructible workhorses of modern society. They get thrown into backpacks, dropped on concrete floors, abused by toddlers, and they just keep chugging along. They are unpretentious, insanely practical, and prove you don't need to drop $2,000 on a laptop just to pay your taxes, stream movies, and browse Wikipedia. Chromebook. Chromebooks. The car equivalent of a golf cart with a Google logo painted on the hood. Chromebook owners have achieved either pure, enlightened digital minimalism, or they are 8 years old and stuck in a public school district. To a Chromebook user, the cloud isn't just a feature, it's their entire oxygen supply. If the Wi-Fi drops for more than 5 seconds, their $150 plastic slab instantly transforms into a very expensive, lightweight cutting board. They don't install software, they don't play real games, and they certainly don't care about processor specs. They opened the lid, logged into Google Chrome, and decided that was enough computing power for one lifetime. They are either hyper-frugal retirees checking Facebook or minimalist writers bragging about 15 hours of battery life while ignoring that their computer has less processing power than a modern smart microwave. But hey, zero viruses, zero maintenance, instant boot times, and if you accidentally drop it off a pier into the ocean, you can literally just buy another one for the price of a nice weekend dinner with friends. Microsoft Surface. Microsoft Surface. presenting the official laptop of people who couldn't decide if they wanted a tablet, a laptop, or a full-blown existential crisis. Surface owners are architects, consultants, and tech optimists who genuinely believed the kickstand revolution was going to sweep the globe. They will aggressively detach the Alcantara fabric keyboard in the middle of a high-stakes business meeting just to draw a quick circle with the Surface Pen, looking around the room to see if anyone was impressed. Spoiler, nobody was. Kevin. Nobody ever was. These are people who love the concept of versatility far more than actual real-world usability.
A used Surface was also almost my first streaming rig.
They spend their lives trying to lap type on a cramped airplane tray table while watching their kickstand slide off the edge into oblivion. But respect where it's due. The 3:2 screen ratio is top tier for productivity. The industrial hardware design is gorgeous, and they are single-handedly keeping Windows tablet mode alive through sheer force of will. They will defend that kickstand until their dying breath, insisting that traditional clamshell laptops are primitive relics of the past. It's a tablet that wants to be a laptop, and a laptop that dreams of being art.
This is the iPhone 13 mini.
All right.
Since the national...
We made silencers legal again by Brandon Herrera. Let's dive on in.
Since the National Firearms Act of 1934, every single time an American has wanted to buy a suppressor, a short-barreled rifle, short-barreled shotgun, or a transferable machine gun, they've had to go through a tax stamp with a $200 permit from the government to be able to buy something they can legally possess. Last week, a federal judge in Texas said that was bullshit and gave the federal government 7 days to appeal. 6 days and 23 hours later, they still haven't. So in just a couple minutes, I might become the first American in almost 100 years to buy a suppressor without an NFA tax stamp.
Nice.
Let's go break the NFA. Yeah, that's me. You're probably wondering, how is it that me, a congressional candidate, a Texas state legislator, the head of Gun Owners of America, a United States congressman from Georgia, and a handful of other influential parties in the gun industry end up in a silencer shop at midnight, risking 10 years in prison for the sake of the Second Amendment? Well, the answer is in the year 1934. This is the Thompson submachine gun. Not only is this a transferable full auto, but it's also an SBR, which means it's a short-barreled rifle. A rifle with a barrel of less than 16 inches. The National Firearms Act regulated machine guns, SBRs, SBSs, and also most
destructive devices as well.
Notably, and I think most impactfully for Americans in 2026, suppressors. This is one of the first major pieces of gun control legislation that has ever hit the United States of America. As such, it was immediately taken to the Supreme Court as this seemed like a major violation of the Second Amendment. The idea that the right of the people to keep and to bear arms shall not be infringed. And the Supreme Court decided that the NFA was constitutional, just barely. Not because you were regulating the firearms themselves, that seemed like a very clear violation, but because Congress had the ability to levy tax. So because it was not a regulation of the firearms, but instead a registration of the tax, then the NFA was technically constitutional, or at least that's what the Supreme Court decided. Now, because of the work of folks like Congressman Andrew Clyde, in the big beautiful bill fight, the NFA tax stamp for things like suppressors, SBRs, and SBSs was reduced to $0 instead of $200 like the typical tax stamp. So now if the only reason the NFA was constitutional according to the Supreme Court is the fact that you were not registering the firearm, but the tax on said firearm, now that the tax is $0, what leg do you have to stand on? It seems like at that point the NFA would be entirely unconstitutional. Thanks to the folks at Gun Owners of America, Silencer Shop, Silencer Co., B&T, and a number of other companies that were willing to put their cojones on the line, they took that very case to court and a Texas judge agreed with them, giving the Department of Justice and the ATF 7 days to appeal the ruling.
Let me just give you a little bit of the backstory about how this actually happened. The light bulb went on in my head. Wait a minute. So if we eliminate tax, that has a budget impact. Well, the Second Amendment has a tax on it. The National Firearms Act has a tax on it. Why can't we do that? Why can't we eliminate this $200, this draconian $200 or $5 for any OW? Why can't we eliminate this tax? So on January the 19th of 2025, literally I've been on budget committee for 19 days. And I gave a presentation. I said, hey, I think we need to eliminate the tax on National Farms Act weapons. And Jody Arrington sent me a text right after that. And he said, that's a brilliant idea. He said, you really think we can do it? And I said, well, of all the research I've done, I think we can do it. We voted on it in the House. It went to the President's desk. The President signed it into law, and the taxation as of January 1st, 2026 was completely gone. But then after the One Big Beautiful Bill came out, and Gun Owners of America, along with Silencer Shop, right, sued, they knew, y'all knew, your lawyers knew what the Department of Justice refused to acknowledge. And that was when you eliminate the taxation, you eliminate the foundation of the National Firearms Act, and therefore the registration goes away. Today is a phenomenal win. Last Wednesday, all right, when the court decision actually came out, literally I was on cloud nine. You know, I was supposed to take a couple of days off, but these last few days have not been anything but work to make sure that this decision was not appealed. So I led a letter with 47 signatures on it, 8 senators and 39 members of the House. So that letter was delivered Tuesday morning to the Attorney General, and he got it, he understood it, the Trump administration understood it, and the gun community as a whole made themselves very well understood as to where we wanted the administration to be. Congratulations to all of you that fought with us. Thank you very much to Gun Owners of America. Thank you to Silencer Shop Foundation. It's a great win. It's a historic win, and I look forward to more wins down the road with Brandon. All right, and a guy that understands the ins and outs of the ATF and the Second Amendment, probably as well as any of us do. And I look forward to working with him to have even greater wins in the upcoming 120th Congress. So with that, thank you.
I got the call from you guys yesterday because, you know, that's how we operate around here. We're very last minute, but again, we'll see how this all turns out tonight. It's going to be historic one way or the other. I was calling a lot of friends on the way here that were big in, you know, the gun rights world, and because I was thinking, you know, I hope this is going to be as big of a win as I think it is. You know, I think this is a big deal, but I'm really not sure. And just listening to the childlike giddiness in all of their voice about what we're doing here, I'm like, okay, we're doing something cool. So we'll see how it all turns.
Look, you should not have to go through a whole bunch of hoops and shit to own a suppressor. Suppressors help save people's hearing. Bruce Willis, I think it was Die Hard, but there was a movie he did where he was shooting a gun like under a table. And doing that scene gave him permanent hearing damage because the gun was so close to his head. But, you know, even if you shoot a gun, arms fully extended, that gun is very close to your ears. You're cracking some pretty loud decibels right by your eardrums. You're going to lose hearing. And, you know, you should be able to use the suppressor to save your hearing.
There's a reason I didn't bring my dog, so we'll see how that all turns out. But it's a privilege to be here, and it's going to be a fun night. So I'm looking forward to celebrating this one with all you guys. Thank you.
This is something that's pretty amazing to watch come to fruition. I don't know if you always knew that this was the goal to try to get to this point, and I don't know if I ever knew if we could really get there, but here we are. And GOA, thank you all for letting me be a part of your team and being a part of this day, which I appreciate. We'll see if the ATF arrests us when we walk out.
So while we might be being bold, we're not being stupid about this. The lawsuit and the ruling in question covers GOA members, Silencer Shop customers, Silencer Co. customers, B&T customers, and was issued by a judge covering this district of Texas. So we are doing this transfer in that district at Silencer Shop headquarters as GOA members, transferring a B&T and a Silencer Co. suppressor. So we are strategically setting up the best legal defense possible before we theoretically have to have one. So finally, with no appeal from the Department of Justice, at 12:01, we made the first transfer of a suppressor without the use of an NFA tag.
Look how much a suppressor would cost. Look how much a suppressor would cost if you didn't have to have that draconian ass tax. Yes, the first Die Hard movie. Look, you could save your hearing for $20. I could save my hearing For less than an hour's work, I wouldn't have to worry about losing hearing just because I want to get better with a firearm.
In 92 years.
Hey, 1776. I get it for the prices. 1776 and 1934. Oh, clever.
It happens. Can we fucking clap?
And again, same thing with short-barreled rifles and short-barreled shotguns. It shouldn't be that big of a fucking difference. Literally, like, I have a rifle with a 16-inch barrel. If I drop it and scuff the barrel a little bit, and now the barrel is 15 and 15/16 of an inch, the ATF can come to my house and shoot my dog? Come on, this is fucking ridiculous.
These are the first 2 silencers without registration in over 90 years. That's incredible. And these are the second 2.
Let's go. Appreciate that.
So now's the part in Mythbusters where they tell you not to try this at home. At least not yet. Because there's probably one thing on everybody's mind at this point, including the Department of Justice.
Was all this legal?
According to a Texas judge and lack of response by the Department of Justice,
yes.
Yeah. That being said, we are still well within the period where the Department of Justice and ATF can actually issue an appeal, which would put us in a very precarious legal situation, in which case we would need to be calling some attorneys. But the Department of Justice did have the 7-day period as set up by the judge to appeal this. They failed to do so, but they still have time to appeal it on a broader scale. So is the NFA destroyed forever? We totally own the libs? No, we're not there yet. That being said, this is a momentous occasion. This was the first technically legal transfer of a suppressor without an NFA tax stand in almost a century. That being said, the DOJ and the ATF have offered no guidance as to what this actually means yet, so everything we've just done is extraordinarily gray. But this was a necessary step to further dismantling the unconstitutional National Firearms Act.
Yes.
This was not only a necessary...
Look, if you want to get my vote, just say, I will tear down the NFA. If you're anti-NFA, you have my vote.
Next step, this was an incredibly large step forward. There are going to be people that say, oh, well, this doesn't fully dismantle the NFA, or it's still not allowed here, or my state has these provisions, so this really isn't a win at all. I would say that's probably akin to saying that D-Day was a loss for the Americans because it didn't instantly end World War II.
Exactly. You have to take the victories. Oh yeah, definitely don't tell anyone about that dropped rifle. But look, you have to appreciate the small victories because these small victories are steps forward.
This was a big battle and we won. It doesn't mean we won the war. We have a long way to go.
Long way to go.
A lot of battles still to fight in the future. So something that I've made clear with the help of GOA is that it is not enough to be on defensive like we've been pretty much my entire lifetime. It's just been defending our rights. It's not enough to protect the rights we already have left. Now we're going after the rights that we've lost.
Yes.
And I hope that makes you feel good, because it makes me feel fucking great. Again, this is very legally gray right now, so don't take this as legal advice to start drilling third holes in your fucking lowers and
yeah, no.
sawing off your shotgun barrels. And if you do, I mean, don't fucking tell anybody. What?
Yes, don't tell anybody.
What we just did was kick the ball back into the government's court. They just did us a major solid by not appealing, but now we get to see what they do next, and we get to continually progress and progress and progress and see where this goes. And I can't say too much right now, but I have reason to be cautiously optimistic. As somebody who's been obviously a vocal proponent for this stuff for years, to be able to be on the forefront of this and to be the tip of the spear of pushing this shit forward is just, it's political YouTube shit aside, this is something that's incredibly special.
Oh, hell yeah.
This is just one suppressor, but it's a piece of firearm history forever now. You talk about common sense gun laws, to me, this is common sense. Protecting our rights, protecting our hearing.
Yes, protecting our hearing.
That in so many countries in Europe is considered common courtesy. This might have been the first, but it's certainly not the last. This is something that I want for all of you, and I will continue to fight until we get there. Now, this is also a fight I'm looking to take directly to Congress. Truth is, to be effective, people like Andrew Clyde, while he's doing an amazing job, they need backup. And frankly, just doing stuff like this, I feel like I've accomplished more in my time as the nominee for Congress for Texas District 23 than some congressmen actually do in their 2 years in office. Turns out in politics, it seems like getting shit done is actually bad for the future of your political career, which is why I'm going to be a fucking terrible politician. Anyhow, you may have noticed there's no sponsor in this video. I just felt it was kind of out of place. But if you'd like to see these kind of wins continue and you'd like to help my ability to deliver on these wins, we need to get things across the finish line in November. Until August 15th, which is alarmingly close, the giveaway is still open on the campaign site. Every increment of $5 is an entry, but if you're inclined to do more, we do have something special now. Every donation of $250 or more gets these challenge coins that also demonstrate just exactly how large this district is. It's basically all of West Texas. Trust me, I get a lot of windshield time. Now, you might remember the old coins were very similar to this, but it was congressional candidate. But since we won the primary and Tony, resigned, the new batch are a congressional nominee for Texas District 23. And with your help come November, the new batch will just say Congressman. But anyhow, if you'd like to help us in the fight, you can go to BrandonHerreraForCongress.com or use the links in the description or in the pinned comment. But in the meantime, make love loudly, make war silently.
Quietly.
And I'll see you guys in the next one.
Yo, I like that. Oh shit, I want to use that. Make love loudly, make war quietly. Based. Let's go,
I'm so
Brandon.
tired.
Yo.
This is the third generation.
All right. Let's see. We got anything else crazy? All right, we'll actually watch this. The worst iPad ever. iPad 3 in 2026 by 91 Tech.
This is the third generation iPad. Originally released 2012 and starting with 16 gigabytes for $499, it represented a monumental leap forward for iPad. Specifically, it brought the Retina display for the first time to Apple's tablet line, doubling the pixel density, and it appeared to have the power to back it up. The A5X chipset featured a quad-core graphics processor as well as a full gigabyte of RAM. The new iPad, as Apple called it, was objectively awesome, and it would sell 3 million units in only its first 3 days. But then there's this iPad, the fourth generation. It is the same thing, but better, and it also released in 2012. Hey, how's it going? I'm Josh from 91 Tech, and the iPad...
I think I have the fourth generation. If that's the one with Lightning, because I have like one of the first iPads to have Lightning because it was the cheapest 128 gigabyte iPad I could buy. And I wanted something with 128 gigs so I could just load it with videos. So like, even if there's no internet or nothing, I could watch shit. You know, I could be entertained.
3 is widely regarded as the worst iPad that Apple has ever made, and it deserves that reputation because man did Apple ever screw over anybody who might have bought this iPad. I mean, don't get me wrong, the iPad 3 was objectively awesome when it came out. First shipping with iOS 5.1, it was the best iPad available for a full 7 months, from March 2012 to November 2012. This would be the shortest lifespan of any iPad
Holy crap.
ever. Just look at Wikipedia's timeline of iPad models for reference. You see the third gen iPad? Really gotta zoom in there. Yeah, this is the only time Apple has replaced a full generation of iPad the same year their previous model came out. Now this might have been excusable were the iPad 4 a relatively minor upgrade, and it might have seemed that way, but it really wasn't. It brought the Apple A6X chip, which approximately doubled the speeds, very important for long-term performance. And then you also had the Lightning connector for the first time, leaving the legacy 30-pin chargers officially dead. Now, on their own, faster speeds and the Lightning port might not seem like a big deal, and immediately it wasn't, but there's something you need to keep.
Oh yeah, I was listening to iPods even way back in like high school. It was always the crispest music experience. And then after like not being able to have an iPod for a while, I got into a financial situation where I had a little bit of money to spend on an iPod Touch, and I got an iPod Touch, and I was using it, and I was like, oh cool, I can play videos. Oh cool, I can go on Facebook. Oh cool, I can do this. And then I was like, it would be kind of cool to have a phone like this. And then like a couple of months later, my cousin gave me his old iPhone 3GS, and that was like my first little taste of iPhone. And then like a couple of years later, I got my friend's hand-me-down 5S, and then his hand-me-down 6S. And ever since then, I've just kind of been on an iPhone. It just, it works. It works for the stuff I do.
Than mind. When you buy an iPad, you're probably not planning on
I mean, pretty much every video on my channel has been edited on an iPad. That's where I do all my editing, all my streaming. I do it on an iPad Pro.
upgrading it for a number of years. A smartphone in these days, that you might be replacing every couple years. A typical contract lasted 2 years, and phones were rapidly improving in the early 2010s. But iPads were a bit different. This was an investment, something you were likely to keep using for the foreseeable future. 5 years before upgrading would be by no means unreasonable, and yet the iPad 3 would end up feeling practically unusable.
My iPad mini from 2020 still rocking and rolling.
By the time only 2015 would roll around, because of course it suffers the same doomed fate as the iPhone 4S, iPod Touch 5, first-gen iPad mini, and even the second-gen iPad. It ended its life on the cursed version of iOS 9. Without any question, the iPad 3rd generation is easily the worst iPad Apple has ever sold.
Everyone's been wondering who will come out with a product more amazing than the iPad 2. Well, stop wondering. We are. Today we're announcing the new iPad. We've taken it to a whole new level, and we are redefining the category that Apple created with the original iPad.
To set the stage here, it's important to remember how relatively new iPads were, even just as a concept, by the time the 3rd generation was released. The first iPad had been Steve Jobs' pet project, launching April 2010, taking the world by storm. And only 11 months later, March 2011, Apple completely revamped and overhauled the entire experience with the iPad 2. It got far thinner, sleeker, faster, brought a front and rear camera, and it would ultimately get way further in software support.
And I think that, do I have an iPad 2? I don't think so. Because for the things I have my iPad first generation for, I don't need a camera, and I actually don't want a camera on it. I like it just being a screen that displays the things I put on it to display for me.
The iPad 1 only got to iOS 5, whereas the iPad 2 would get all the way to...
And yes, I still have a handful of those old 30-pin connectors because I have an alarm clock that runs that, and I have an old iPhone 4S that I put music on to listen to off that alarm clock, either as like an alarm or just to listen to music. And then I have the 30-pin to red, yellow, white TV cable, and I use that to watch videos off of my iPhone 4S or my older generation iPads on my TV on occasion.
iOS 9. Now, there is actually a recent exploit that allows these first-gen iPads to update to iOS 7, which is insanely cool. If you'd like to see a video on that at some point, maybe hit that like button. I just need to get a new battery for my iPad 1, as it's currently boot looping when I plug it in. But anyways, iPad 2 was an insane upgrade for only the second iteration, and it had now been established that Apple was going to continue releasing new iPads every spring.
Hey, Joni, we're watching the worst iPad ever, the iPad 3, and why it was the worst iPad ever.
Not only this, but iPads were bringing the next generation of Apple Silicon before they would even hit iPhone. The first iPad had the A4 chip before the iPhone 4 did in June, and then the second iPad had the A5 before the iPhone 4S in October. And so this pattern continued with the iPad 3 in March 2012 called the new iPad. Except this time we weren't seeing the A6 chip yet, but instead the A5X chip, despite any rumors that had led up to the event. This was a bit odd, but hey, the processor still sounded like a significant upgrade, and hey, forget about that for now. Look at this new Retina display.
We introduced the Retina display technology first on the iPhone 4. No one has yet matched that display technology in any mobile device. And we're going to bring it to the 9.7-inch screen of the iPad. Now, this presents a problem for us in presenting it to you, because for the first time, an iPad has higher resolution than this entire display behind me.
This was a huge upgrade from the iPad 2 screen. The iPad 2 and its 9.7-inch display had a resolution of 768 by 1024, making for a pixel density of 132 pixels per inch, whereas the iPad 3 and its same 9.7 inches boasted a staggering 1530.
My history with iPads is fairly recent. Up until recently, I was also like a PC person, but I had older iPads that I would kind of use for like, either watching YouTube, but they were never up to date, and the best I could do with them is watch YouTube or just like load videos on them. But in 2020, I was working, that was when I began working security. And, sitting at a desk for 16 hours, in order to keep myself entertained, I bought this iPad mini right here that I'm tapping. And, for a couple of years, it was my main device. Then my girlfriend, she got the 9-inch iPad, or the, 9-inch iPad, the full-size one. And I just paid off my mini, so I was like, you know what? Let me get one of those too. And I enjoyed the larger screen size. E-readers are pretty good. But I actually stream off of an iPad, so that's why I utilize it like this. And that's how actually I wound up getting my iPad Pro, was that neither my iPad, what is this, 9th generation, or my iPad mini could handle Prism Live's streaming stuff. So I had to get the iPad Pro. And honestly, I'm very happy I did, because it is like, I tried to render the same video on my iPad and my iPad Pro, and it's about twice as fast on the Pro. And the reason I like streaming off the iPad is because I can literally do this stream from anywhere. I do it from work because, like, I have a comfy chair and a desk where I can spread out my shit. But if I 100% had to, I could do my stream from inside my car in any parking lot anywhere. I could even do it from my house if I wanted to, but that's boring. I mean, I could, but I would probably do it from my car anyway, because I have a nice reclining seat and I could set shit up, and also because I can enclose my car and get a nice, good acoustics.
6 by 2048 resolution and pixel density of 264 pixels per inch. Apple just straight up doubled the resolution, resulting in 4 times the number of pixels. And it genuinely looks fantastic even today. Seriously, showing it on camera really doesn't do it justice. The screen wasn't yet laminated, so there's a little bit of a gap between the digitizer glass and the LCD, but that wouldn't come until the iPad Air 2 in 2014 anyways. And to be fair, even the iPad A16 still has a non-laminated display to keep costs down. Plus, it makes for easier repairability, which is always nice. But yeah, 14 years later, if you disregarded the thick bezels and the old home button and threw on a screenshot of the latest version of iPadOS, you would have no idea this iPad is as old as it is. It doesn't get as bright as modern iPads, but the pixel density is still the exact same as the current base iPad and even the M4 iPad Air, which really goes to show just how far ahead of the game Apple was with their Retina screens when they first came out. The battery is also just massive, too. Now get this, the iPad 2's battery was 6,930 milliamp hours. Pretty good, right? But the iPad 3's battery, a staggering 11,560 milliamp hours. The iPad 4 would have the same size battery as well, and these are, to this day as far as I know, the biggest iPad batteries we have ever seen, even compared to the newest 13-inch iPad Pro models. Of course, that extra battery capacity was required to deliver the same 10 hours of battery life that the iPad 2 had provided, but it's still impressive, especially considering the iPad 3 only got a mere 0.6 millimeters thicker and about 50 grams heavier. Of course, this meant iPad 2 cases would not fit the iPad 3, a classic Apple move right there, but at least iPad 3 cases do fit the iPad 4, albeit you would have a much larger charging port cutout if you do that. Now admittedly, the non-Retina screen on the iPad 2 never felt like all that big a deal compared to how it felt with iPhone.
Oh yeah, even on a first generation iPad, even to this day, the image looks great. I watch on one of my first gen iPads, I have saved like the last episode of Steven Universe, Independence Day, The Crow, and a couple of other like movies and TV shows that I'll just watch on occasion. And they still look great.
The bigger the screen, the less noticeable the low pixel density feels. Hence why the Retina display on iPad 3 was only 264 pixels per inch versus 326 on iPhone. The gap between the iPhone 3GS and the 4 felt far more significant than it did going from the iPad 2 to 3. The iPad 2, in its slightly above 720p resolution, was similar to that of most laptops of the era, so while this upgrade was legitimately awesome, it wasn't necessarily a huge difference maker when it came to real-life usage. Especially like almost 15 years ago, when you probably wouldn't be watching much media in anything higher than 720p anyways, but at least now all the text looked sharp and crisp without the visible pixelation of...
True. Back then 720p was, I mean, the 1080p was like the pro user size.
The iPad 1 and 2. Outside of the display quality and slight increase in bulk, the iPad 3 has an identical design to the iPad 2. You've got a seamless, beautiful curved aluminum backing that tapers to a thin point along the edges and feels really comfortable to hold. I do love the iPad Air redesign, but man, there's something to be said about these old iPads. They're just really sleek. Certainly a bit thicker and heavier than modern tablets, but probably not by as much as you would expect. The bezels are thick, and the old home button is prone to getting sticky with years of usage, but all in all, I think it's held up really well. You've got the black plastic buttons, the power button on the top, then there's also the lovely headphone jack, and then on the side you've got the mute switch and volume rocker. On the bottom we get our speaker and a...
Although on I'm not sure about the more modern iPads, but I know that the older ones, you were able to use that, you could set it to either mute the iPad, like act as a silence switch like on your phone, or as an orientation lock, which is what I had, because I would always like to keep it in landscape because I mostly watched YouTube off my iPad. I still mostly watch YouTube off my iPad. I mean, I do that on stream now, or also I'm off stream when I'm home. But yeah, I mostly watch YouTube and just other like streaming other shit off of it.
30-pin charging port. Lightning would be nice here, I suppose, but it's honestly not as big a deal on iPad compared to iPhone. After all, these things are much larger anyways, so the small Lightning port isn't quite as vital. In fact, if you had a docking station, the bigger 30-pin charger might have even been a bit more practical. And of course, nowadays everything is USB-C anyways, so even Lightning would technically be obsolete.
Yes, and I'm actually very happy that everything is USB-C, because my iPad Pro having a USB-C port means it essentially has a USB port, and I can connect flash drives and shit to it. And again, that's how I edit my videos and do all my shit. I do it on the same device I stream on. You know, I haven't put up anything in a couple of days because apart from just being off and being a little bit busy, I just haven't. Even today, like, I wasn't feeling well at all at the beginning of the day. But, you know, sometimes I'll grab my iPad, throw it in my bag, walk out to my car, sit in my car with the AC running, get a bagel and some orange juice from the corner store, eat it, and edit some videos and upload them. And, you know, that's typically one of the things I'll do before work, before I come here and stream to you fine people.
Tablets came in either white or black, plain and simple. And yeah, not much to say, aside from the fact that these tablets were just beautiful devices. The aluminum does scratch kind of easily. My iPad here, which I bought used maybe 6 years ago or so, is in all right condition, but whoever originally owned this thing clearly had some trouble with plugging it in. There's no real camera bump here, which is kind of nice. And speaking of which, again, the photography here saw a substantial leap in quality, at least on the rear.
The front-facing camera of the iPad 3 is the exact same 0.3 megapixel VGA quality 480p sensor that was on the iPad 2. And yeah, it's bad. I mean, just look how blown out the window is. That's why I'm filming it here, just to kind of show just how bad these old cameras were. I mean, look, it was fine for FaceTime or whatever, and this was a 2012 tablet. But, you know, man alive, we've come a long way. Let's put it that way. I think that's fair to say.
The iSight camera on the back was upgraded from a paltry 0.7 megapixels to 5, now bringing full HD 1080p 30 video recording, autofocus, face detection, and software video stabilization.
My girlfriend is an Android user, and anytime I got to do anything on her phone, I'll be like, babe, show me how to open this up on your phone, because I'm just not used to it. Although ironically, she can use my phone just fine. I guess that's one of the things I like about Apple is its user friendliness. iOS, at least for me, is extremely user friendly.
This was basically the same camera as the iPhone 4, and, well, I mean, it's okay, but by today's standards it is very rough. But it's still a whole lot better than the iPad 2 at least, and it wouldn't get upgraded to 8 megapixels until the iPad Air 2 2.5 years later. I do think it's fair to say that the cameras on iPads have never really been much of a selling point, though there are those who do enjoy lifting up their huge tablet to take photos rather than using their phone.
Yeah, even on all my iPads together, I think I've used the camera a total of maybe 10 times. If I'm going to take a picture of something, I'm going to use my phone because I can balance, the iPad is heavy and unwieldy, so it's going to be harder to get a good shot. Oh yeah, you're used to it. My best friend is a tech guy, and he's an Android user, but he has both because he has like a work phone that's an Apple and his like personal phone that's an Android. So he knows both.
For some reason, but I digress. At the end of the day, it was
But yeah, I don't think a lot of people use. I think the vast majority of use iPad cameras get is like FaceTime and Zoom calls and shit. I don't think a lot of people are using their iPads as cameras because unless it's maybe like the iPad mini, it's going to be very heavy and unwieldy, and you're going to have like some strong ass muscles to hold that shit steady to get a good shot without, having a little bit of shake in your hand. Whereas you have a phone that's way better designed for that task.
Retina display at the front and center of.
I mean, hell, even my dash cam is I think it's an iPhone 7, just like a regular 7. But again, 128 gigabytes of memory, so it typically will last an entire work week of recording, and then on my 2 days off, I'll clear it out onto a flash drive and start over. And the reason I do that is, one, iPhones have pretty good image quality, and two, there's an app I can use that overlays the time, the day, the location, and a small little mini map in the corner of like where my dash cam footage is taking place. So, if something ever happens and they're like, oh no, this happened over here, I can like, no, look at the map. It happened here. I have exactly where it happened. I've got location tagging.
All the new upgrades here, and this of course leads into the tech specs powering it all. Turns out if you're going to quadruple the pixel count, you're going to need some beefier graphical hardware, not just the bigger battery.
So we've created the Apple A5X chip. And what's the X for? Quad-core graphics. Quad-core graphics designed specifically for the Retina display to drive 4 times the number of pixels.
Again, the A6 chip had been expected, but Apple, instead for the first time, included an upgraded version of their existing processor. Basically, it came with a quad-core GPU now, alongside a full 1 GB of RAM versus only 512 megabytes on the iPad 2. We would also see, for the first time on any iOS device, 4G LTE capabilities. Yeah, the cellular iPad 3 got 4G before iPhone did, which is kind of funny. So this is all that would more or less round out what was actually new with the new iPad. The Retina screen was the big thing, and then you just had some straightforward technical upgrades across the board. It still cost $499 for the 16 gig model, just like it did with the iPad 2. You could also get 32 and 64 gigs, and Apple would also keep around the 16 gig iPad 2 for the next couple of years at a reduced price. My family actually bought the iPad 2, I think in 2013 or 2014. It was after iOS 7 was out anyways, and believe it or not, it still gets used today for audiobooks from my youngest brother, so that's pretty cool. But getting back on track, iPad 3 comes out, it sells incredibly well, people really love it, incredibly positive reviews. Then November 2012, the iPad 4 comes out, and while the upgrade wasn't as flashy, its boost in horsepower would ensure much better longevity down the road. The A6X chip and the Lightning port were the only major changes, which may not seem all that impressive, but the A6X was roughly twice as fast as the A5X, and with each and every power-hungry iOS update, this would end up coming in clutch. This was strange. For Apple to upgrade their iPad only 7 months later, it's a bit of an odd thing, and it kind of makes sense. Maybe you would expect them to wait till the spring, but since they were switching over the charging port, it makes sense they would want their top-end iPad to have Lightning just like their top-end iPhone. And I do find it very amusing how Apple marketed these iPads. It's like they wanted everyone to immediately forget that the 3rd gen ever even existed. The iPad 3 was never actually called the iPad 3 by Apple. Oh no, they called it the new iPad. And the iPad 4 wasn't called iPad 4. Oh no, it was the iPad with Retina display. But wait, Mr. Josh from 91 Tech, I thought the iPad 3 brought the Retina display. Well, yes, my dear viewer, you would be correct, but that new iPad isn't so new anymore. What's that? You're one of the millions of people who bought the new iPad thinking it was cutting edge and you never expected Apple to replace it only 7 months later. Perhaps you even bought it in the fall, completely clueless to the next generation that was about to launch? Well, tough beans, but at least you still have a pretty darn good tablet, right? At least for now. The iPad 3 ran iOS 6 with absolutely no issue, just like every other device that ran iOS 6. But with every year comes a new release of iOS, and Apple's about to make some big changes. Come fall 2013, we would see iOS 7 drop. A massive overhaul to the
yeah, that was the one where they changed from the skeuomorphic, where like everything looked like its real world counterpart, to this more flat. And it took me years to not hate this. I don't hate it anymore. And in fact, now we have like the liquid glass thing where everything's kind of like shiny and glass-like. So I like that now. But when this first came out, I fucking hated it. I absolutely hated it.
User interface and experience, full of bright colors and gradients, gorgeous transparency, and painfully slow animations. Oh, also, it was way harder for devices to run, especially the iPhone 4. But thankfully, the iPad 3 was still mostly keeping up for now. Sure, it's a bit slower than it used to be, but this update was surely worth it. I mean, it's beautiful. And give Apple some time. No doubt they'll continue to optimize and refine the software, right? That November 2013, you also had the first revamp to the iPad line since the second
the iPad Air, I think.
Generation with the all-new iPad Air. It got substantially thinner and lighter, bringing the 64-bit Apple A7 chipset, and being overall incredibly impressive for the time. Honestly, it's held up really well, even to today from a design standpoint. The last iPad that had a home button, the iPad 9, released in 2021 and sold until 2024, well, it really did.
I think that's the one I have here.
Look a whole lot different. The iPad 3, in comparison, was starting to look a bit old, but it's not as if it was suddenly obsolete. Yeah, the 30-pin charging port might be kind of annoying once you upgraded your iPhone past the 4S, but it wasn't a huge deal. You probably had plenty of old chargers just laying around anyways. By the end of 2013, you were likely doing just fine on the iPad 3, though I wouldn't blame you for being kind of salty considering how fast it was replaced. By the end of 2014, well, now we're on iOS 8, and suddenly things are starting to slow down. Having more RAM in the iPad 3 theoretically did set it up better in terms of performance than every other device with an A5 chip. By this point, the iPad 2 was already very slow. But it turns out the iPad 3 was not only just as bad, but potentially even worse, as pushing those extra pixels was highly demanding. iOS 8 was a poor experience, and were the iPad 3 to end its life here, well, that wouldn't have been great, but at least Apple would be putting this thing out of its misery. But then, fall 2015, iOS 9 comes out, and any semblance of a usable experience would completely evaporate. March 2012, Walt Mossberg gave his review of the iPad 3rd generation, stating that it had the most spectacular display and that it was the best tablet on the market. And he was right, it was in fact the best tablet on the market, and it sold like it. By quarter 2 of 2012, Apple held a dominant near 70% global market share of worldwide tablet shipments. And yet, within 3.5 years, the new iPad would be reduced to a painful, slow, and bogged down experience that struggled to perform even the most basic of tasks. I've talked about iOS 9 plenty of times on this channel before. We even recently covered the iPhone 4S again, which got so slow that Apple lost a class action lawsuit over it. But what is so strikingly insane in all of this, more than anything else to me, is that the iPad 3 somehow is, if anything, worse off than most other A5 devices. Because despite the extra RAM, the tablet is slower than the iPad 2 on iOS 9, or at least that's how it feels to me. Now don't get me wrong, both iPads are ridiculously slow, but the heavy load that comes with the Retina graphics tends to result in more animation stutters and UI lag, making the overall experience feel worse off. So while you might have things stay open in the background a bit longer on the iPad 3, the iPad 2 has a lot less load to deal with, and it just feels ever so slightly spiffier. Now there are things you can do to help out a little bit, like turning off the transparency, reducing motion, and accessibility options, but ultimately there's no getting around the absolute slog that is using an iPad 3 on iOS 9. It's been in this state for a decade now, and even if there are a few things you could do with this iPad, at least technically speaking, I don't think I could ever be patient enough to manage it. Like, sure, I can sign in, and most basic Apple services should still work. You can still download the latest compatible version of previously purchased apps too, though if they'll actually function is going to vary app to app, but there's no reason you would want to, no matter how beautiful that display might be. There are many reasons the iPad 3 can be easily considered the worst iPad ever made. Not only was it sold for only 7 months before disappearing off the face of the earth, but it somehow held up even worse than the iPad 2 in terms of performance, while not even getting any further in software updates. The iPad 4 from the same year was much faster, and not only got to iOS 10, but also just held up way better in terms of performance. In hindsight, it feels so obvious that Apple should have just skipped the iPad 3 as we know it altogether, and they should have made the iPad 4 the 3rd generation iPad that fall. It would have been a year and a half since the iPad 2 would have come out, sure, but it also would have ensured they could have had the A6X chip and Lightning port right from the get-go, but instead we have this awkward in-between model from the iPad 2 to the iPad 4 having a gorgeous Retina display but not enough power to back it up. But there were expectations for Apple to release a new generation within a year of the previous model. And they were just dominating the tablet industry at this point in time. It makes sense they wanted to keep pushing full steam ahead. Apple wanted to make sure it was them who were first to get a display of this quality to the masses, and they did, but the actual customers would suffer because of it. There was no indication for buyers at the time that this iPad would somehow age worse than the previous model from a year before. Like, that is insane. There was no reason not to trust Apple when you bought this iPad, and yet millions would end up getting burned. Now, if you had bought an iPad 3 back in October 2012, before the iPad 4 in November, Apple actually did extend their return window. Their 14-day return policy was increased to 30 days, which, I mean, I guess was something, but at best, it was a half-hearted attempt to quell the anger of customers. For the same price,
it's kind of like when they came out with the 160 gigabyte iPod. Shortly after the 120 gigabyte one.
iPad 4 was a far superior tablet, even if that wouldn't become apparent until years later when updates slowed everything down.
I hope you can see why we believe the iPad has enormous potential and is the ultimate poster child of the post-PC world. Only Apple could deliver this kind of innovation in such a beautiful, integrated, and easy-to-use way. It's what we love to do. It's what we stand for. And across the year, you're going to see a lot more of this kind of innovation. We are just getting started.
I don't hate the iPad 3, not by any means. It certainly has a brilliant display, and it was solid at launch, but it probably shouldn't have existed in the first place, or Apple needed to give it the A6 chip or an A6X chip right out of the gate. It just wasn't good enough as is, and I suppose the positive takeaway here is that Apple hasn't made any tablet worse than this ever since, even if they've made plenty of missteps over the years. It would be very difficult for them to make a worse iPad than the 3rd generation. Like, it truly, utterly sucks on iOS 9, and in combination with its ridiculously short lifespan, I mean, the fact that the iPad 4 was referred to as the iPad with Retina display despite the fact that the Retina screen had already been on the previous generation, it just goes to show how the iPad 3 was so quickly swept under the rug, like it never even happened at all. Nearly a decade and a half later, it is really hard to consider the iPad 3 anything more than like e-waste, even if it maybe could serve some minor utility in a pinch. On eBay.com, it would probably cost more to ship this thing than to actually purchase it. I was easily finding it for around $30 or so, sometimes a bit more, sometimes less. But what's this? It's still available from Best Buy. Yeah, just a cool 85 Canadian dollars, which is a steal when you consider you're actually saving $204. Wow. Oh man, sale ends soon. I better get it quick. There's only 2 left. Okay, now in fairness, I did not see this on the Best Buy US website, just in Canada here. And of course, this is not actually Best Buy listing this. It is a third-party seller going through their site. But even so, you would think they would have some quality control or something to make sure products this old aren't being sold. It's really not a good look. I don't care how perfectly this iPad has been refurbished, there is nothing that can make it worth $85.
Nope.
But at least it makes for a beautiful piece of tech history, even if it had plenty of negatives. That old iPad design, the Retina display, it truly makes for a stunning device, and I would argue that in a lot of ways, it has a lot more character than the standard thin and flat iPad design we've been seeing for so many years now. And so with that, I think I'm right about done here. Did any of you ever own the iPad 3 back in the day, or maybe the iPad 2 or 4? How did you like it? Did your iPad get slow with time, or was it not too bad? Make sure to let us all know in the comments down below. If you found this video interesting, please hit that like button and consider subscribing for more content just like this. It's fun to do a video on an iPad again, it's been a while. If this video does okay, I'd really like to do some more, so we'll see. But for now, thank you all so much for watching. We do have a Discord server, link in the description if you want to come by and say hi. I'm Josh from 91 Tech, and I will see you all next time.
Alright. The guy who made up the hands up, don't shoot lie shot dead in Ferguson. Same story a decade later. By Matt Christensen. Let's check it out.
On Sunday's stream, we talked about yet another police shooting of color that was so egregious and so deserved that not even Black Lives Matter or other social justice activists even care anymore. A Florida woman committed several hit and runs until police caught up with her. She presented a giant knife. They tried to tase her unsuccessfully. Then she charged a cop with that mini sword, and she got shot for the effort. And for the first time in a long time, at least as far as I can remember, there was no riot. There was no protest. There was no Ben Crump press conference. There was no moment of silence at the sports game. There was no special viral social media post or hashtag. There was no news cycle even. There was nothing. She just got shot, and everyone seemed to agree implicitly, yeah, she really gave police no other choice, so she got what she deserved. And you can interpret...
I mean, yeah, you come at somebody with a knife, and they have a gun, that's a very, very poor choice of actions there. You know, they say never bring a knife to a gunfight? Well, yeah.
A few ways, either this case is so clear-cut that even Black Lives Matter can't spin a narrative to defend it, or maybe the movement is just so politically damaged and underfunded that they don't have the resources to spin one. Either way, it's a dying or dead cause. But this week, that
body cams killed it.
Metaphorical death turned literal, in that the author of probably the biggest Black Lives Matter lie of them all, or at least the original one, is now dead himself, apparently or potentially, from the exact sort of criminal conduct that created this lie in the first place. You may recall a man named Dorian Johnson. If not, you will certainly recall his famous claims of fact that weren't. He was the friend of Michael Brown who was with him that August 2014 day in Ferguson, Missouri, when police officer Darren Wilson shot Brown dead during a confrontation. And now Dorian Johnson has suffered the same fate. Death by gunfire, as reported by Ferguson police on Sunday. It happened in the morning, some sort of domestic incident between Johnson and an unidentified person. Neighbors say they heard an argument and then gunshots, but they don't offer a lot of specifics.
It was just a lot going on. It was a lot of screaming, also like arguing.
Demaya White, asleep nearby, thought she might have been dreaming since it was so early in the morning.
It's too early for this.
Yeah, please, have some decency. Hold your gunfire for more reasonable hours. Dump your Glock mags 9 to 5 only. This is a family hood, but it's not just that neighbors don't know much. police aren't saying much either. There was one
Stop killing each other. People are trying to sleep.
arrest made, but that person was released, presumably due to ambiguity on the charges. Police say they are investigating claims of self-defense. Was Johnson murdered, or was he justifiably shot by somebody else? Given his character and history, either scenario is certainly believable. As one top YouTube comment observes, the surprise is not that Johnson is dead less than a mile away from the Michael Brown site over a decade later. The surprise is that he lasted this long. Very impressive, because given his persistent defiance of the truth, usually a person doesn't, and he's dead much sooner. So yeah, circumstances considered, a pretty remarkable run for Dorian. And fittingly, his legacy of untruth was immediately preserved. Investigators say there were initially false claims that police had shot Johnson, but that's not true either. They weren't there, and he was dead at the time of their arrival. But that is just a small lie compared to his greatest hit. Of course, Dorian Johnson was the originator of the hands up, don't shoot myth. He was walking with Michael Brown at the time of that 2014 shooting. He watched it happen.
God damn, fucking... What, 12 years ago?
And in the days and weeks after, he gave varying versions of the myth to the public.
He turned around and he put his hands in the air and he started to get down, but the officer still approached with his weapon drawn and he fired several more shots. His hands were up. He never plunged at the officer in no type of manner. We were just walking down, minding our own business. His hands immediately went in the air and he turned around towards the officer face to face. He started to tell the officer that he was unarmed and that you should stop shooting me.
And listening back now, hands up, don't shoot was just one lie of several in those statements, the first being that we were just minding our own business claim. Brown and Johnson were confronted by Officer Darren Wilson because Brown had just robbed a local convenience store with Johnson present, if not participating. But it was the hands up, don't shoot lie that would be remembered, perpetuated so heavily, politically and culturally, that people believed it despite an Obama Justice Department investigation finding that it did not happen.
I remember that.
And no charges from a grand jury against Officer Darren Wilson because it did not happen. And activists themselves later conceding that the slogan and gesture was now metaphorical rather than literal, and continuing it for years through the next big Black Lives Matter scam, George Floyd. Except it's not even metaphorically true either. There was no Michael Brown surrender to symbolize. There was only Michael Brown violent aggression and criminality. It's like saying the prey is a metaphor for the predator. They're opposites. You have to pick one. I can see why passing grades are so rare in Ferguson English class. And recall, the consequence of this lie wasn't just confusion and public misunderstanding of the facts. The consequence was not just misinformed public opinion, if only we were so lucky. When you make the truth a casualty, there is always collateral damage far more serious than just words or ideas. The public outrage that followed based on the belief that innocent scholar Michael Brown was executed in racist cold blood on the street was directly linked to several police officer killings, beyond, of course, the rioting and the property damage that followed too. Cops were shot and murdered in Ferguson, Kentucky, New York City, and the worst case of them all, Dallas, all with direct connections to Black Lives Matter, hands up, don't shoot ideology, or Michael Brown personally, or both. And even if that specific hands up, don't shoot claim of fact was false, the general supposedly true metaphor of racist cops targeting black people persisted. So that cost wasn't just paid in blood. It was paid in tax dollars for police reform and nonsense training programs and body cams that, while very useful, proved the opposite of the narrative in almost every case of deployment. And corporate America rushed to waste even more time and money training the rest of us to be more sensitive to this obvious truth that wasn't. And now, over a decade later, what do we have to show for all of that? Nothing. We have the exact same situation and problem that existed in the first place. We have Dorian Johnson walking the same streets engaging in the same criminal or criminal-adjacent behavior and association, and taking the same bullet for it in another shot that quite possibly was fully justified too. That YouTube commenter's joke about his miraculous survival isn't really even a joke at all if you look at his history. He was a high school football star before he took a bullet to the knee, Skyrim style. His best friend before Michael Brown was shot dead in a drive-by. His younger brother died in what sure sounds like a case of reckless driving. He had been arrested and charged several times, both before and after the Michael Brown incident. And it wasn't just opportunity and resources given to the movement generally. Dorian Johnson was personally given opportunity and resources to turn it around, and he did not. The city of St. Louis gave him a job after the Michael Brown shooting, and then he tried to sue the city of Ferguson for supposedly inflicting damage on him. Appropriately, that lawsuit went nowhere. The case was dismissed, but Johnson was paid public money to try to extract more in the courts. And even if he didn't get any, public resources were still used for the judge to entertain that case and for the city to fight it. Instead of hold him accountable for his lies to the public, or even if he had a First Amendment right to do that, to hold him accountable for the rest of his ongoing crimes. Despite his lying and criminality, Dorian Johnson was given employment benefit and political benefit and reputational benefit from a media industry that still covered for him, taking his repeatedly debunked lie all the way to the grave. In 2019, The Washington Post featured Dorian Johnson in a Puff Piece podcast interview, during which they described his ongoing rap career, including lyrics still perpetuating the lie.
Finally, I tracked him down through this local record label where he is working on music.
Got that monkey on my back, but I ain't taking off no baiting ape. We just want to ball for the courts, we ain't going
mid.
But I guess he finally did something so bad that
Ray,
most media passed on promoting it widely. That song wasn't on Apple Music or Spotify or featured otherwise, as far as I understand. Thankfully, that is the first and only time I will ever hear it, and I had to dig to do it. The closing premise of that Washington Post podcast segment, minimizing Dorian Johnson's lie, is yet another lie about his life story. Despite all of these bad things happening all around him all the time, he really had nothing to do with any of it. It was all just circumstances he happened to find himself in. Dang it, what terrible luck.
Does he regret being there that day? Does he feel glad that he was there to be a witness? Did it change his worldview at all?
I don't know that he regrets being there. I don't think he does. Dorian talks about being unlucky and very accident prone, right? One of his eyes is discolored because he got hit with a pencil in the 3rd grade. He's someone who has always kind of found himself in these kind of circumstances. And so I think Dorian, even if it's just a means of explaining it to himself, kind of says, well, if anyone was going to be there, of course it was going to be me. Of course I was going to be the person thrust into all of this stuff.
Yeah, it could happen to anyone, really. Who among us hasn't been incidentally helping a good friend violently rob a store when it all just kind of went crazy from there? Except the vast majority of us who don't engage in that sort of behavior, and even if we did find ourselves in such a crazy situation, would excuse ourselves from it. The big lie here, and one maybe even more consequential than the hands up, don't shoot lie itself, given the volume of people who buy into it, is that you are a product of your surroundings only, that you exercise very little or no agency or control over your own attitude, your own behavior, your own associations, and as a consequence, yes, your own future and your own destiny. And the moment you reject that lie and assume that everything bad in your life is your fault, is the moment you direct your life toward prosperity. Because even if you're wrong and some things are other people's fault, that philosophy ensures that you will do everything in your power to change your life for the better and not waste any time pointing fingers at other people or passively letting degenerates drive the car of your life drunk while you foolishly sit shotgun. We have now lived a decade of that lie's dominance and paid a great cost for it, but the truth is undefeated in the end, so it is fitting that this lie is now dying with its author, despite a longer run than it should have had. And maybe now this country has finally seen enough to learn this lesson the hard way, that for this type of criminal with no moral framework and no belief in his own responsibility to follow it, there is only one approach: forcible removal from society applied overwhelmingly, and that may be regrettable, but much less so than that person removing innocent people from society instead. It is a very long 11 years later, but it is never too late to learn the true lesson from Ferguson. That was a day of justice, actually, for a person who forced it upon himself, not a day of injustice for which we all must atone. But we don't need poetic philosophy to do it. We don't even need rap rhymes of Ferguson underground quality. We just need to remember the only Jim Carrey line outside of Dumb and Dumber worth quoting. I have pushed this button many times before. I will continue to push this button until listening comprehension improves. The lesson from Ferguson is a very simple one. Go.
Stop breaking the law, asshole!
That's the polite request, actually. And if you refuse it, there will and should be more impolite consequences. Thanks as always for listening and for supporting this channel. Always appreciate that thoughtful discussion down below, and especially over on X, that is at ML Christensen. You're always welcome to coming out and chatting my live streams as live on Wednesday and Sunday nights. Looking forward to it. Goodbye.
This video.
Yeah, actually, let's watch that. Hold on, let me put up the BRB screen because I gotta add some more stuff to the list. And whenever I'm messing around with stuff on the old iPad, I always gotta put up the BRB screen so I don't accidentally dox myself. The whole point of being a VTuber is the anonymity.
Howdy, we are back in detail.
Anonymity. Cannot say that fucking word fast anymore. Alright. Anything else? Yes. I want to know why. Alright, now let's reload that playlist. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Excellent. Now, alright. I'm gonna switch the, boop. Alright. I'm gonna watch this one first, and then we're gonna watch the, Surviving Polar Temperatures. Because I saw this, and I actually was wondering, why don't we? Why don't we eat male chickens? By nap. Let's find out.
Okay, here's something weird. Every chicken you eat came from a chicken family. But when you buy eggs at the supermarket, where are all the brothers? Because hens lay eggs.
Chicken nuggets, I believe.
Roosters don't. And that creates a strange problem. A chicken farm needs female chickens to produce eggs, but roughly half of the chicks born are male. So what happens to all those male chickens? Do farmers raise them for meat? Do they become roosters? Do they just disappear?
A lucky few become roosters.
And why did humans build an entire food system where one sex of the animal became incredibly valuable, while the other became almost useless? The answer begins with one tiny biological difference, and it completely changed the chicken industry. First, there's an important distinction. Male chickens absolutely can be eaten. There's nothing about male chicken meat that makes it poisonous or inedible. Roosters have been eaten by humans for thousands of years. The real question is, why aren't male chickens commonly raised for meat in the same way as specialized meat chickens? And the answer comes down to economics. Because chickens are basically two different animals now, One type is bred for eggs, the other is bred for meat. They're both chickens. But humans have pushed their biology in completely different directions. Let's start with the egg chicken. A modern laying hen is an incredible biological machine. She can produce hundreds of eggs in a year. But here's the catch. A male chicken can't lay a single egg. That sounds obvious. But imagine what that means for a commercial egg farm. The farmer needs females, lots of them. A male chick doesn't produce eggs, and if you feed him for months, you're spending money on food without getting the product the farm was designed to produce. That's the first problem. But there's another. Male chicks from egg-laying breeds aren't particularly good meat chickens. They're usually smaller. They grow more slowly. And they don't convert feed into meat as efficiently as specialized broiler chickens. A modern broiler has been selectively bred for one thing: grow fast, very fast. These chickens can reach market weight in roughly 6 to 8 weeks. And
this is making me hungry.
Egg-laying breed isn't built that way. It's built to produce eggs. So raising its male offspring for meat can be economically inefficient. And this is where humans made a strange decision. Instead of trying to make one chicken do everything, we created specialized chickens. One for eggs, one for meat. It's basically biological specialization. Think about a car factory. You could build one machine that...
One of my brother's roosters kicked and speared me a few weeks ago. Kicked him even harder, setting him 3 feet back. Yeah, you gotta show him who's boss, man.
Makes 10 different products. Or you could build 10 machines, each optimized for one job. The second option is often much more efficient. That's exactly what happened with chickens. Now here's the part that surprises most people. The chicken you see on your plate isn't usually the same kind of chicken that laid your breakfast egg. Modern broiler chickens have been bred for rapid growth and large amounts of breast and thigh meat. Modern laying hens have been
so they're thick.
Bred for extraordinary egg production. They're almost completely different agricultural tools, and that creates the male chick problem. Because when you're producing egg-laying hens, you don't need half the chicks. You need the females. The males are essentially a biological byproduct of producing the females. Historically, this problem was even simpler. Farmers kept some roosters because they needed them for breeding. A small flock might have one rooster for several hens. The extra males could be eaten, but modern commercial egg production works differently. Large-scale hatcheries produce enormous numbers of chicks. They don't need nearly as many males. So the question becomes, what can you actually do with them? And historically, one answer became unfortunately common. Male chicks were killed shortly after hatching. This is known as male chick culling. It's one of the most controversial consequences of modern egg production. The reason isn't that male chickens are useless animals. It's that the economics of the system make them difficult to use profitably. But humans eventually started looking for another solution. And this is where things get fascinating. What if you could determine whether an egg contains a male or female embryo before the chick actually hatches? Then you wouldn't have to hatch male chicks in the first place. Scientists develop technologies known as in ovo sexing. These methods attempt to identify the sex of the developing embryo while it's still inside the egg. If the embryo is male, the egg can be removed before hatching. If it's female, it continues developing into a laying hen. It's basically trying to solve a biological problem with technology. But there's an even older solution. Just eat the males. And humans have done exactly that. Roosters are eaten in many cultures. In some places, older roosters are used in soups, broths, stews, and slow-cooked dishes. Their meat can be tougher because they're older and more active. But that doesn't make it bad. It simply means you cook it differently. A young male chicken can also be raised as meat. The problem is efficiency. If you're operating a huge commercial system designed to produce inexpensive chicken meat, you don't necessarily want an egg breed male. You want a broiler. And the broiler industry has spent decades breeding chickens specifically for rapid meat production. That's why your typical supermarket chicken is usually not a rooster from an egg farm. It's a specialized meat bird. Now here's the strange part. Humans didn't originally create chickens for meat. The earliest domesticated chickens were probably valued for multiple reasons: eggs, meat, fighting, feathers, status, and even religious or cultural purposes. Roosters were sometimes extremely valuable. In some societies, the rooster wasn't something you ate. It was something you admired. Its crowing announced the morning. Its behavior became associated with courage, aggression, and status. Cockfighting also became
yeah, they're aggressive little fuckers.
Widespread in various cultures. So historically, male chickens absolutely had value. The modern problem appeared when agriculture became industrialized. Once farms started producing millions and eventually billions of chickens, every unnecessary animal became a cost. Food, space, labor, housing, transportation. The economics became brutal. A male chick from an egg-laying breed can't produce eggs. And it isn't an efficient meat bird. So the industry asks a very simple question. What is the cheapest way to produce the female chickens we actually need? And that question created one of the strangest situations in modern agriculture.
Oh, really? You got someone trying to bring back the jungle fowl. I like chickens because they're tasty. I eat chicken cutlet not more often than I should, because I think chicken cutlet's pretty good thing to eat habitually. But like yesterday, I had a big salad with chicken in it. I bought celery, mini cucumbers, and cherry tomatoes with some dressing, and like 2 big fat ass pieces of chicken cutlet, and chopped it up and mixed it all up and shit. Had a big ass chicken salad, and tonight I had chicken cutlet with mashed potatoes and corn. And I have grilled chicken with Spanish rice to go either later tonight or maybe Tuesday. Because tomorrow, since it's Sunday night, I'm going to have the London broil with potatoes. Because that just sounds more like a Sunday night meal. And it is really good. The ShopRite where I picked them up does a very good job of cooking them. And so does, the C-Town in my neighborhood did a good job with the chicken cutlet yesterday.
Healthy animal can become economically worthless simply because it was born male. That's not biology deciding its value. That's the production system. And there's an important lesson here. Humans have done this with animals for thousands of years. We don't just domesticate species. We reshape them. We decide which traits are valuable. Then we breed those traits again and again. Eventually, the animal itself changes. The modern chicken is a perfect example. A wild jungle bird became an egg-producing machine. Another population became a meat-producing machine. And somewhere along the way, the male offspring of one became a problem. So, why don't we eat male chickens? The simplest answer is, we sometimes do. But in modern egg production, most male chicks aren't raised for meat because they're from breeds optimized for laying eggs, not growing large amounts of meat efficiently. The industry doesn't need them for eggs, and raising them as meat birds is generally less economical than raising specialized broiler chickens. So the male chicken didn't become food because it was inedible. It became uncommon because humans optimized the entire system around efficiency. And that leaves us with something pretty strange. The chicken in your refrigerator, the chicken in your breakfast, and the chicken in a farmyard may all be the same species, but after thousands of years of human selection, they're no longer doing the same job. We took one bird and turned it into an egg machine, a meat machine, a breeding animal, and a farmyard alarm clock. And the male chicken? He ended up caught in the middle of the system humans built around his sisters.
Howdy, we are back in the temporal hellscape.
All right. Surviving polar temperatures and inventing guns to kill demons by Rubik's Raptor. Let's dive on in.
Howdy, we are back in the temporal hellscape and Eldritch Cottage Core Survival Torment Nexus block game that isn't Minecraft called Vintage Story. Last time we awoke in a barren world and settled in a castle which is now known as Port Avalon on account of the Sword of Kings sitting like 12 feet from the door. Also, like 9 people died in a tragic mining accident and bam, just like that you're caught up and ready for this video. For new people just dropping by, Vintage Story is a survival block game set after a global apocalypse where you're your main goal is surviving winter. Unfortunately, we miscalculated and settled a little too far north. It gets so cold in this video that both the Celsius and Fahrenheit temperature scales reach parity, which, if you're wondering, happens at -40. Gasoline starts.
Oh no. That's that's bad. That's really bad. I hate the cold. As much as I complain about the heat, I would much rather that than the cold. I never look forward to winter.
To freeze at this temperature, and despite that, we are still putting on fur coats to explore the northern regions of this randomly generated world to discover what ended human civilization. Which, by the way, we will be uncovering the lore of Vintage Story together, so you have been warned. There's also like demons that dwell below the earth, so our metalworking shop is making a gun to murder them, and I think that's all I need to give for the intro. Our adventure resumes as winter sits on the horizon and terrible discoveries await the players. Hope you enjoy. Okey-doke. Might as well get into the server. Last time, we traveled all the way down to the equator and killed a panda. To sum it up, it's been raining for 2 months at the castle. It's great.
In the basement. I got a little busy while y'all were away. Check it out.
Is that wine?
We got 12 liters and 20 liters. Last time we only had 9.
Hey, what's up?
I'm ready to find out.
There's so many of them!
Oh!
There's so many of them!
Help me!
He's fine. He's fine. Okay, well, best of luck, guys. I hate it out there. It is now constantly just rain and demons. At this point, Vintage Story's version of the Sword of Damocles was dangling above us, that being the arrival of winter. So before we were out of time, we decided to check off one more thing that we wanted to get done, which is collect bees from a beehive that we had located down in the south. What we did not anticipate is that the original expedition when we settled the castle went a little too far north, and our current climate zone was going to bring winter far earlier than we were expecting. On top of that, the temperatures are also going to drop to extremes that we did not experience in our first playthrough of this game. Oh my god. They're saying it's going to snow very soon. It better not start snowing in October, bro. Oh no, it's snowing at base. Oh no. We're actually going to drown in snow. We have to go back to the fort. Oh, the snow's hitting the boat. If it gets cold enough, it's gonna start to accumulate, and we are doomed. Technically, I think high probably. Oh my god, what?
I think it's eclipsed. Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
It is. You can see the moon in front of the sun. This is obstructed by the clouds.
That was crazy. I didn't like that. Oh, my poor character's shivering. We also probably fill this up with cobble here. No one has to know that the actual center of it is going to be dirt. No one has to know. And you won't tell. There's something about the way Vintage Story does snow that makes me very happy. You can see it hitting the side of the wall and then accumulating down here.
Yeah. That's crazy looking.
They must survive.
Your turnips ain't making it, son. Sorry.
They must survive.
So the good thing about the turnips is you are right. They are cold weather crops for sure. However,
yeah,
endless blizzard. Look at the roof.
They gotta last another 10 degrees. That's all.
Because you're good with aesthetic design, can you make a fireplace here that like goes into the wall? What? Please? Fuck, I used the same one. I'm crazy.
He's talking to himself again.
No, there's a 1,000 people that live in my head that are collectively known as chat, and they give me good ideas and a lot of bad ones. Oh, dude, look at the hay stockpiles. We just need more firewood. Oh, they built the apiary. We got our little bee sanctuary here. Wait. The rain stopped! The rain stopped! Holy shit, it only took 3 months of raining! Jesus!
How goes the bakery?
Oh!
Yeah, take that. Whoa!
Bro, we got gates.
Big.
I also stole the Excalibur.
What?
The whole thing.
Why didn't all the unworthy kings just pick up the whole ass rock that Excalibur was in and just carry it off? This is completely unrelated to the Vintage Story gameplay, but apparently there's some contention that the sword in the stone is actually Caliburn and not Excalibur, and that Excalibur was given by the Lady in the Lake, and Caliburn was just the sword to prove that you're a worthy king. I honestly couldn't find a straight answer online, so if you're knowledgeable in Arthurian legend, please let me know in the comments. Regardless, we stole the whole last thing and now it's sitting in the middle of our castle.
I looked at that tapestry and I discovered tapestry lore.
Oh. I'd heard rumors of these creatures back then. When the sickness reached the brain, it sometimes led to the extended bouts of madness. A patient in the Lazar house might suddenly rage against those around them. In the case of beasts, it led to these wandering monstrosities, skin sloughing off, full of rage and fear. They mindlessly attacked anything around them. Naturally, any survivors of such an onslaught were likely to contract the rot as well. So zombies, essentially. Oh, Jay, you're the only large streamer I endorse? I don't even consider myself a streamer yet. It's been like 3 weeks on Twitch. Also, what do you mean endorse? Stamp of approval on my actions? Because I will commit acts of great evil within the next month, I'm sure. So you might not want to, like, put that hat in the ring, you know? It's like you have 20 liters of cranberry wine. Oh, no.
Oh, no, you're saying good night to Johnny.
I was a little thirsty.
Good night, Johnny.
Oh, help me. I've entered the alcohol plane. I was so drunk I slipped between the atoms. I'm trapped. I'm trapped. I can't get out. No, it's like Interstellar. Free me. Free me.
Look, this wouldn't be the first time today I've lived up to the stereotype of a Yu-Gi-Oh player not being able to fucking read. I came in early because my coworker called me. My coworker texted me. I was like, hey, could you come in early tomorrow? You see, my dumbass didn't read the tomorrow part. So I just jumped out of bed and jumped into work and came in like an hour and a half early for no reason. So, you know, it happens.
Building toilets? No. This is supposed to be a lovely kitchen.
It spins.
Oh my god!
I love gear ratios.
Look. Holy shit.
Yeah, that thing looks crazy.
Behold the pole arm. Do that.
Solid on my oh, damn it.
You have been working outside too long, brother.
Not
Behold.
Why is that so... Okay, that took half my HP.
Probably should have done that right before a storm. Uh-oh.
Oh, here it is.
The bread's still cooking. Something's wrong in the kitchen. My bread is still cooking. I'm gonna drink a bunch of alcohol right now. Oh, it's getting bad. Yeah, I'm seeing shit out there, man. Oh my god, Noxie. Oh, hey, careful, man. If I hit you with this, you might explode.
Wings are so wide, Jay. Whee! I love playing Amnesia: The Dark Descent.
Hey guys, demon. Okay, time to go. I need to look. I need to check my bread actually.
Oh, it's over.
And then we stuff it with fat, and then we seal it. I'll just put it on the ice. Behold, the 1 to 4 serving of red meat stew with boiled carrot, fresh for 5.8 years. If only there was soy sauce, man. There is. I can make soy sauce. It is minus 18 Celsius outside. Holy shit. God, this tavern, holy shit, it is cozy.
Yeah, this is a significant improvement today.
What the fuck? Why is there just a raccoon here? Hey Walrus, your boat's ice locked to the lake.
Remini, I figured that would happen.
We could break through the ice, fun in parentheses. Hey man, this is why everyone's tuned in. This is explicitly what everyone wants to see. So if anyone remembers, back when we spawned into this world, we passed by a paladin tower from an age-long past before, you know, the apocalypse. So it is now at this point that we put an expedition team together to sail over to the tower and kill the locust nest infested in it. It was impossibly cold over at that tower, by the way. However, those dead paladins had a lot of pretty stuff, so it was probably worth it.
I'm already freezing, by the way.
Go, quickly, everyone hold a torch.
All right.
My character is getting very. I'm at 32 degrees body temperature. I think I'm going to start dying.
I think we should probably warm up, and this is our final destination right here. Now I'm starting to freeze to death.
We are halfway there, and the sun is setting, so there it is.
There's more of them. There's more of them.
Oh my god.
Need to get a little closer to the hive up there. You're standing.
Oh, what the hell is that? Oh my god.
Body armor on me.
Fuck it up here. I found the kitchen, guys. There's transmissions for gears. 11 Terra Preta. I'm taking that. Jesus Christ.
Oh, a jukebox.
Oh, mine. God loot. This place is great. We were here at the start of the game. It is -30. Oh my god, it's -30 up here.
I didn't realize you could go all the way up to the roof.
Oh, don't go up there. It is cold. Once again, this game is hauntingly cozy. Being in a lost paladin tower, warming up in their kitchen. What's under your arm?
It's a large temporal gear.
Oh my god. When you said that, the insanity music started to play. Hopefully, me being soaking wet now will not have any consequences.
Smile.
I'm freezing.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Just hold on, Jebs. Just hold on. Holy shit.
Oh, it's free.
No!
I clicked it and it crashed me instantly. I lit the ranch on. Oh, we gotta go help Jebs.
I lit the ranch on fire. Help? What? Okay, Tone's house is glowing blue. We should address that later, by the way. Oh my god, his house is on fire!
Oh god, oh Jesus, I'm on fire!
Oh my, it's over. No, that's ranch. Go grab a bucket of water, someone, quick!
Shit, man. He's a wooden house with a thatch roof, brother. This thing is cooked.
This is rough.
This sucks, huh? There's been a ranch disaster. Oh, Jebs died. That was an arrow. Hey, Ty. Rough place to stand. What a horrid night. What a terrible night in Vintage Story.
Well, the lantern didn't actually light, and it lit the floor on fire, which instantly engulfed the entire house in these
That's the start to the LA fires, man. That's the cow kicking the oil lamp. Our entire lake is frozen here. Dude, look at that view. I'm of course going over the footage of when we first arrived at this castle, and it's just barren. It has nothing in it. It's covered in vines and fog. And now we're like in the middle of winter, and it's just so fucking cozy, bro. I love it. It's about at this point we decide to pursue the main story again in Vintage Story, all while in the background our blacksmiths were sitting in their forge for like hours every session making a gun, but that'll show up later. For now though, we had a lead that in an abandoned castle far to the north there was a trader who, if you gave him a bronze pickaxe, would reveal the location of a long lost dungeon. This is going to be the main way to progress the whole story, so again we put an expedition together and traveled north, which might not have been the best idea to do in January, which by the way, we passed the new year and we're officially in year 2, so that is farther than we got in the last playthrough. But man, it is so cold. The issue is we're traveling further north, so it could just plummet temperature-wise. It is a cold day. It is not great.
Cold day.
What the fuck, man?
Okay.
am I alive?
100%.
Is this just a coal mine down here?
The voice is delayed.
Oh! Yeah, that armor 100% saved your life. Jesus Christ. You're not an early 18th century child in a London coal mine.
He is, though. He actually
we need to go.
Oh shit, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay, let's make a campfire in here. Hello, demon. Complex.
Oh,
drone.
hello. What? There's a trader here.
There's just a guy that lives in here. Okay, this is the guy that brings us to the dungeon.
Yeah.
Okay, we did it. We found the guy. Big. Let me take a look. Oh my god, that is far away.
Good.
This is great shorts weather. It is negative 39 Celsius. It is negative 39 right now. Yeah, take it too deep of a breath and you're just gonna freeze internally, bro. Oh, guys. Holy shit. That's such a big bear. Oh my god, this is it. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Why is it so big? This is a Goliath. Fight it, Bugs. Fight it.
I killed him. Oh, we're gonna take some casualties.
The northern voyage has gone so wrong. Oh, this is just a boat of agony. We're all freezing to death. It's negative 29 degrees Celsius. Oh, it's like the pain orchestra. Quail, quickly. We're dead. We're good. We're good. Oh, the sniper! Sniper! Where is he? Where are they?
The VC sniper's been taken out.
It's so fucking cold, says Brad.
Where did we get antlers? That's cool as hell. Right.
No, Bugs killed a mature moose and put antlers up there.
That's cool.
It is negative 24 Celsius outside. I am glad I'm inside the warm tavern. This next part is going to need a little context, and I don't think I can explain it in a way that doesn't make me sound insane, but on my Twitch, I have a channel point currency called Gregs, which are just fish, and started during a Hammerwatch stream, and I can't really define its origin. Regardless, there was a prediction where you could wager said fish, and a mod put it up, and then immediately ended the prediction and collected all the Gregs without the actual prediction coming to fruition. It was theorized the mod in question was Toten, who is also on the server, so everyone in chat wanted him to be killed. That is your context for what is about to happen. Oh, also, the blacksmith made a gun, so that's gonna play a role. He put a smiley face in chat. I think he placed the bet, tried to embezzle it, but then accidentally ended the poll by selecting an option.
Yes.
A lot of people want you dead.
Welcome back.
A lot of people want you gone. I'm sorry. Yeah, what's up? Uh-oh.
I can handle it.
What do you mean? Oh, I'm putting rocks away. Give me a second.
Get away.
I'm still loading. Hold on. Takes a while.
I didn't even get a fair trial.
Okay. Let's have a trial by the holy tree. Okay. So the evidence, you're guilty.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I'll have.
It's a culmination of 15 days of work.
Yep.
The Ultra Mega Crunk Juice.
Spelt whiskey.
10 liters of ale turns into 0.25 liters of spelt.
No, this is the whole thing. I think silver armor stops bullets.
Absolutely not.
Silver and notoriously. Oh yeah.
Oh yes, he's gritty. He's gritty. Yeah. So now with a gun to kill God constructed, we headed out once again towards the X that the northern trader marked on our map. This is the first of the very big story locations, and ours happened to spawn on top of a glacial peak that was like negative 38 degrees Celsius. That's like Antarctica, man.
I give it 3 big booms.
What is that from? Oh, Quail! Quail!
Sorry about the death of your brother. He gets 5 big booms. Okay, fireplace.
Oh my god!
Years. Whoa.
This is a sick ass trader. What the hell? Did someone buy a wolf? Oh my god! Holy sh! That guy is. Gems, don't kill his wolves. Don't kill his wolves. Oh, this is like the one scene where it's a pan-in shot of Legolas running across a giant field full of little ponds. Oh my god. A sinkhole tie? Tie?
Okay.
Oh, you're horrified. There's so many. Moose. Moose.
Being chased by the goddamn moose.
Hey. What a lovely fire. Dude, can we get some W's in chat for arson? I will regret saying this in part 3, but I'm not going to spoil it. Oh my god, go. They're coming out. Holy shit. The Lorax, he sent his legion. Oh my god, there's so many coming up the hill. It's negative 37, 38 up here. Keep going. Yeah, this is cool as hell, honestly. This is sick.
It's the only
there we are.
Everything else is ice.
Anyone got a spare torch to throw down there? Oh.
Yeah, I got 7 or so.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so you can't.
Man.
Oh. What?
You can hear the monolith humming over there.
I just want to get in a room. I hate these fucking stairs.
Huge arrow drops. Big black bronze arrows. That's massive.
Yeah.
Yep.
I should know this one.
Oh, black hole.
Yep. Ignite the machine, Toten, our resident clockworker.
Stuff I can.
Oh. Yeah. The light should be on out here.
At least.
Holy shit. By the way, this is vanilla. This is not a modded structure. This is part of the main game.
Have you seen
it's one of the main story progression missions. This whole room repeats multiple times. So during the temporal event, it just like Matrix recreated all these rooms over and over again.
Saw blade locust.
There's a saw blade look. Oh my god. Rep just shot it.
I missed.
Oh shit. Are you ready? Here we go. Go, my contraption, spin!
You don't really need firewood.
Where are we going?
Oh, you got it? Okay, we can leave. We can get out of here. After scavenging through this underground shelter for a while, we managed to gather all the equipment to repair the engineering room. This, in turn, opened the steel doors that would eventually lead to the library. However, it was guarded by a damaged automaton known as an Eidolon. The Eidolon used to be the final boss of this game, and normally it's a hard-pitched fight, especially if you're not wearing layered metal armor. However, when you shove an entire 12 idiots with swords at it, the boss's health and damage scales to that people, arguably to a point where it is broken. We fashioned a gun, which does like 46 bars of damage. For reference, an entire person's health is only 15. However, shooting it directly in the face would only barely visibly move this thing's health bar. Then it brings up the fact that anyone that watched the streams is familiar with is that we allowed unlimited teleports during this playthrough. That being, as long as you had one person still alive, you could teleport back to them to get your stuff or rejoin a fight. That's partly because if someone was killed, they'd have to travel like 17 kilometers to come back, which would take like 3 hours in real life. But also, this motherfucker's health scaled so badly that if we didn't have an unlimited torrent of players being thrown at it, as well as black powder weaponry, I don't think we would have killed it. So I hope you enjoyed this fight. It was miserable. Okay,
you guys ready for this?
Good luck, guys. I'm gonna cheer you on from up here.
Good luck.
There it is. Oh my god!
Throw torches. We can't see shit down here.
Oh! We lost the paladin! Chad, I hope you're ready to watch this fight for the next hour. Guys, I need reinforcements, please. Oh, we're getting huge damage, Gems took a hit, but it's for the cause. Oh! I cut off Gem's head. I'll be the man. I'll admit it. I cut Gem's head off. Oh, I hit Gems in the head again. I'll be the man. I'll be the first one to admit it. I cut Gems' head off. Oh, why is this so much harder than the first time we fought this guy? Good shot. Oh. Oh. Oh!
Jesus Christ.
Locust, still Locust.
Jesus. He's dead. That fight was busted. That was broken as. There was no way in hell without an unlimited teleport matrix that we'd ever kill that demon. It's been opened.
Yeah.
We're in the library.
On my screen. Holy shit, this is goofy. What are you wearing an abacus on your head? What is that?
Dude, Tone's little creature. Hey man, how you doing?
In true like Souls boss fashion. Oh my god, he's a king. A king.
Check out what I just got.
He's got a little bird statue. Tone, you got the glider schematics, right?
Yeah, I do have the glider schematic.
Bless. It is now at this point that we decide to end our expedition after killing a robotic demon god thing and return to our base. Normally, before the update that came out this year, this was the end of the game. However, it's not anymore. It's weird to think that this is actually the start of the story now. In the middle of the library, there is a resonance recorder that has the voices of kind of an unknown entity. My personal theory is that someone talked into it from the past and is talking to a future us. Regardless, they list a bunch of locations that we should look into for an unknowable reason. So we decided, out of everyone that we've met who might know what they are, the trader in the northern castle might know the most. Unfortunately, Scorch lit his entire castle on fire, so we're just gonna pray that he didn't die.
Make sure to let Dingus on. Look at him.
We're not letting Dingus on.
We're good.
Dingus!
Bye, Dingus.
No. It's okay. Dingus will catch up.
Dingus is very fast when you don't look at him.
That is the most terrifying thing you've ever said.
What the hell? Do you hear that?
I do hear that.
Tone's made something.
Tone's made something. What has he been up to? What is that? He is up to something foul down here.
He can't know that we found this. You can't let him know.
He knows. He's all knowing. Dingus will report to him. Tone's made something very bad.
What has he done?
Us killing that boss has activated his gear array under the castle. You hear it?
What?
He said it. There's a gear array under his bees. And on that terrifying note, that is the end of part 2. I find it funny because I was vehemently saying I was not going to make this a trilogy series of a playthrough, and here we are. Hopefully, everything going right. The last part of this adventure where we discovered just some really cool stuff should be in about a week. So this is a poorly segued pitch to subscribe to the channel. Also, I have a second channel, which should be linked in the description, which has the VODs that we are uploading from this in case you just want to watch like 40 straight hours of Vintage Story. It is there. I'm honestly pretty excited because the number one thing I want to do is give a full tour of the base after the playthrough, because what the castle turned into was just a cozy base that we survived like mega winter in. It's still
alright. We'll check out part 3 tomorrow.
Gonna be cold. Next part, we actually have to find the Northwest Passage to venture into an undiscovered western continent. It's very cool. I'll stop babbling and play the outro, but I cannot wait to see you guys in the last part. Also, of course, all this was streamed on Twitch, which, by the way, I try to stream every Friday, so I might be live right now if it is the day that this video came out on. If you found the time, feel free to hop by and tell me what you think of the video, and I believe that is it. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Next time.
30-pin dock connect.
Alright, before we watch any more of that, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, let's see what we're gonna do next. Give me a couple more minutes behind the BRB screen to figure that out. Let's see.
Rotten.com.
Alright, found one more for us to do tonight. Rotten.com, the most disturbing website in the internet's history. By Toxic Threads. Let's check it out. And I remember Rotten.com.
Rotten.com was the most disturbing website in the history of the internet. Just ask the grieving father who opened an anonymously sent email to find photos of his daughter right after she died in a catastrophic car crash with the caption, "Woohoo, Daddy. Hey, Daddy, I'm still alive." That was Nikki's father, and that email was only the beginning. Because what rotten culture put this family through didn't stop at one email. It would go on to reshape how he, his wife, and his daughters survived and moved through the world. We'll come back to Nikki and her family, but first, you need to understand how Rotten.com began. It all started in late 1996, when a former software engineer named Thomas Dell wrote a program to scan for unclaimed dictionary words available as domain names. Rotten came up. He paid $100 for it, and wasn't entirely sure what to do with it. Dell had always been drawn to the macabre. He'd spent years collecting strange and disturbing books and images, long before he had the internet as a platform. When the domain landed in his hands, he decided to upload what he called joke pictures, turning the site into an extension of his morbid hobby. The twisted joke found an audience that kept coming back, and somewhere in that feedback loop, Dell, now going by Soylent, saw potential and leaned in. Rotten.com became an archive unlike anything the internet had produced before. You could go there and see the most horrible car crashes, suicides, crime scene photographs, medical anomalies, and autopsy footage. These were images that had always been locked inside evidence rooms. They had never before been placed somewhere that anyone could reach in 30 seconds. Soylent framed all of it as a public service. His position was that this content existed, whether or not his site did, and that choosing not to look at it was a choice everyone could make for themselves. He also argued that censoring the internet was impractical, unethical, and wrong. He would always talk about his website as an act of revolution against censorship, and the ultimate digital home for practicing the First Amendment. What he actually built was a gallery of human misery, dressed up as a political statement. The design of the website was intentionally bare. White background, black text, and a list of links with titles like cab driver, bad face, don't gawk. No descriptions or context. Just a title you clicked, knowing it would probably take you somewhere stomach-turning. And that was the entire point. Early visitors described how the dial-up connection made it worse, or better, depending on your perspective.
Yeah, even images took a long time to load in those times. So you would click something and the image would begin to load, and you'd have to wait until it fully loaded to see what it was.
The image loaded line by line, slowly. The suspense was built into the infrastructure. By the time the picture finished loading, you were already committed to whatever you were about to see. Millions of people made that choice voluntarily, and Soylent was behind his screen, watching the numbers go up. For its first year, Rotten.com was just this obscure website that some people with strange tastes visited. A small, dedicated audience of people who sought this material out, submitted content via email, and kept coming back. It wasn't mainstream, as it should have stayed. Then, in 1997,
An image was posted under the title Death of a Princess. It showed a badly damaged car, a blonde female victim among the wreckage, and it was alleged to be
Princess Diana?
Princess Diana's corpse. The image spread fast. A French newspaper ran it on its front page. A news database linked it directly to Rotten.com, describing it as a fan page with the crash photo. Even Howard Stern discovered Rotten.com through the Diana image. He was impressed by the website and praised it on air. Within a short period, traffic climbed from around 4,500 visitors a day to 50,000. By 2001, that number had reached 200,000 daily visitors in an era when only 18% of American homes had an internet connection at all. But soon after the image went viral, French internet users pointed out that the firefighters in the image weren't wearing official Paris uniforms, and the emergency number on the fire truck was wrong. The photo had nothing to do with Diana. It was a different crash entirely, and whether Soylent intended it as a hoax or not, the image was removed from the website and replaced with a post arguing that Rotten.com never claimed the image was genuine. Rotten now had the attention of both avid supporters who praised it as a stand against censorship, and enraged critics who believed Soylent was doing the devil's work through Rotten.com. And though discussing the limits of free speech is a conversation worth having, the people who had no interest in that conversation were the ones whose loved ones ended up on Rotten.com without their consent. A grieving family contacted Rotten after recognizing a photograph of their nephew, a young man whose head had been severed by a train. The image had been posted under the title Loser Meets Train. A cease and desist letter was sent to Soylent, who turned it into content. He replaced the photograph with an image of the letter itself, alongside a caption that described the removed image insensitively, and claimed it was difficult to identify the victim. He then suggested the photo had probably come from Mexico, and therefore probably wasn't of the man they thought. Beneath all of that, he added a comment implying that the real issue was how publicly their nephew had died. A separate cease and desist came from a woman whose photograph had been posted in a section of the site called of the Month. After her lawyers became involved, the image was eventually removed, but not before Rotten published a response suggesting she was probably just a lookalike and that the image was not actually of her. This was the operating principle. Legal pressure could eventually force Soylent's hand, but no amount of human dignity or grief was ever going to move him. It wasn't only families and individuals who sent cease and desists to Rotten, but also corporations. In 1999, 2 students walked into Columbine High School in Colorado and open-fired. Media coverage said that the shooters were part of a group that called themselves Trenchcoat Mafia. Shortly after the news spread, Soylent bought the URL trenchcoat.org and redirected anyone who clicked it straight to the Burlington Coat Factory website. The company's legal team sent a cease and desist letter demanding that the redirect be taken
That's twisted.
down. Soylent also pulled the same move with Mattel, the toy company behind Barbie and Rock'em Sock'em Robots. He registered a misspelled version of Mattel's domain with an extra L, close enough that anyone typing too fast would land on it by accident, and redirected it to Rotten.com. Thousands of people searching for a children's toy company ended up inside an archive of crash victims and autopsy photographs instead. Mattel's lawyers sent their own cease and desist. Soylent posted both letters sent by Burlington Coat Factory and Mattel as a joke. To the Rotten community, these corporate letters were trophies, evidence that the website was rattling the right people, and that corporations were scared. They thought they were sticking it to the man, and that Soylent was a free speech hero. But Soylent, who was lecturing the world about censorship and civil liberties, was also running a Rotten.com store, where fans could buy Rotten.com t-shirts, mousepads, stickers, magnets, and gruesome DVDs of people suffering, or worse. Rotten wasn't a revolution. It was a marketing strategy. The difference between Rotten and the corporations they publicly humiliated wasn't principle. It was branding. In 2001, a British newspaper published a story claiming that both Scotland Yard and the FBI were investigating Rotten.com over an image that appeared to show a man eating a baby. The article also linked the website to the ritual abuse of children. Soylent published a response stating that no law enforcement agency from any country had actually contacted him, and that the image was not of a real child, but part of a conceptual art series by Chinese artist Zhu Yu, titled Eating People. He also wrote that even if the image was real, it should not matter, since no American law prohibited publishing it. He said the fact that someone at Scotland Yard disliked the image was not his concern, but he was clear that what bothered him was being accused of being linked with the ritual abuse of children, not the possibility that the images themselves might be real. Whether those investigations were real was never confirmed, but the image stayed up anyway. To understand why Rotten.com was so popular, you have to understand that era of the internet. The web had only opened to the public.
Yeah, it was a different time.
In the early 1990s. In its first years, it was essentially an infant, new, unformed, and fascinating, mostly to the people who had created it. By the mid-90s, it had become a toddler, clumsy, and fast-growing. The Communications Decency Act of 1996, the same law Soylent cited as justification for building Rotten in the first place, was essentially society's first attempt to put a child-proof lock on the internet. It was struck down almost immediately by the Supreme Court as unconstitutional. By the time Rotten.com was booming, the internet had hit adolescence, and it was testing every boundary it could find, convinced that provocation and freedom were the same thing. This was also the era of jackass, punk, and skater culture going mainstream. The anti-censorship movement of the early web wore that attitude like a badge. People behaved like egocentric, trollish teenagers, chasing shock value and entertainment without thinking about the real human beings affected by it. And with that, shock content became a genre. Soylent had the infrastructure that made it possible at scale, and the internet was never quite the same after. He didn't just normalize the consumption of human tragedy, he monetized it, packaged it, and shipped it in branded boxes. And it was exactly this culture that was waiting when Nikki's photographs hit the internet. Which brings us back to the grieving father opening that email. Nikki died on October 31st, 2001. She was 18 years old. She had taken her father's Porsche without permission and crashed it. The collision was so severe that the coroner would not allow her parents to view the body. Highway patrol officers photographed the scene as part of standard procedure. 9 of those photographs were later leaked, eventually traced back to 2 dispatchers who had forwarded them. From there, the images moved through the exact cultural infrastructure Rotten.com had spent a decade building and popularizing. They ended up on sites, shock forums, and image boards. The family received anonymous emails and text messages containing the photographs. Strangers created fake MySpace pages in Nikki's name, filled with comments like, "That spoiled rich girl deserved it," and "What a waste of a Porsche." Eventually, Nikki became known online as Porsche Girl, a meme with its own Know Your Meme page, treating an 18-year-old's death as a cultural reference point. The family hired lawyers, sent cease and desist letters, engaged a reputation management firm to suppress and bury the images, but the efforts failed because the images continued to be reposted for years. They homeschooled their daughters, who almost entirely stopped using the internet. Their sister's death had become entertainment, and they couldn't risk stumbling across her face, used as a punchline at any moment. This culture of detached cruelty, the willingness to turn real human suffering into content, was exactly what Rotten.com helped normalize. By 2012, the site had simply stopped updating, and by 2017, it had quietly gone offline. Not taken down by a court order, just done. The internet eventually grew up. Mostly. But the culture that Rotten mainstreamed, that suffering is content, that dignity is optional, that you can stand at a podium about freedom while selling footage and bury the images. But the efforts failed because the images continued to be reposted for years. They homeschooled their daughters, who almost entirely stopped using the internet. Their sister's death had become entertainment, and they couldn't risk stumbling across her face, used as a punchline at any moment. This culture of detached cruelty, the willingness to turn real human suffering into content, was exactly what Rotten.com helped normalize. By 2012, the site had simply stopped updating, and by 2017, it had quietly gone offline. Not taken down by a court order, just done. The internet eventually grew up. Mostly. But the culture that Rotten mainstreamed, that suffering is content, that dignity is optional, that you can stand at a podium about freedom while selling footage of people dying, that never fully went away. It just found new addresses.
So we skipped one over. This is kind of cool only because it's...
Okay, we'll see this. The Planes That Made the Heroes of World War II by Pepperbox TV.
So we skipped one over. This is kind of cool only because it's British. It's the tiger moth.
It looks British.
Yeah, very British. You know, I mean, of course, this one was used to be a trainer in prior to World War II and during World War II. This is the airplane that they would have used as their primary trainer, just like we would have used our PT-19 as a primary trainer for the Royal Air Force. But it had multi-functions as well. Historically, as the Germans are preparing to invade England, they actually have a plan for these things, because, I mean, everybody's going to be armed up. They were going to put bombs on these things so that when the Germans attacked on the beaches, you know, they'd have something to, you know, drop munitions on.
This is very reminiscent of the Night Witches, the 588th Soviet Night Bomber Regiment with the Polikarpov PO2s. Just dropping bombs. They couldn't even have parachutes because they were too heavy. Like, they were just like, bombs or parachute.
But again,
let's do bombs.
Now, what's cool about this one, too, that I like is you take a look at the hood back there. You guys know what the hood's for, right?
For the
Yeah.
rear guy?
Yeah.
Rain? I have no idea.
That's a good clue. But here's the thing. Back in the day, when you're training pilots, there's going to be days when the weather's going to be crap and you can't see nothing. So you're going to have to learn how to fly on instruments. So normally the configuration would be instructor in the back, student in the front. When you're flying instrument training, you put the student in the back and the instructor in front, because what happens is student takes off the airplane when they're airborne. Instructor says, okay, put on the hood. So he puts on the hood, flies around blind, and then when they get back to the airfield, okay, take the hood off and land. So when you hear in the aviation world, I'm going under the hood today, that means I'm getting instrument training.
Huh.
That's where that comes from, going under the hood.
I didn't know that.
It's also made by, like, my favorite non-American aircraft designer.
De Havilland?
Yeah.
He made some neat stuff, didn't he?
The Mosquito?
Oh, God, yeah.
Mosquito's
Oh,
so
yeah.
cool.
That's still
So, like he was talking about earlier with the how the strategy going into World War II was just like big, heavy bombers, flying fortress covered in machine guns. De Havilland was like the one guy that was like, or, hear me out, we could just be fast as fuck so we don't have to get in a gunfight anyways. And that's when he made the Mosquito, which was huge in World War II.
This is the Stinson SR-10 or V-77 Reliant. And this is actually the color she would have worn in combat. No kidding. She worked for the Royal Navy, and she was used specifically for observation and or special missions. Special missions being, you know, how do we rescue airmen that are captured in France, or downed in France, excuse me. How do we supply the resistance forces? How do we drop off our spies? We take a look at the front of the, underneath the pilot's window, what does it say? And this is accurate.
U.S. Army model 1819.
Okay, and what does it say in the back?
Royal Navy.
Why?
Because we're friends.
We weren't officially...
Lend-Lease.
Exactly.
There we go. My bad. Yep.
Exactly.
Can't believe it took me that long to pick it up.
Exactly. Because what happens was...
Yeah, because we had so much shit that we were like, yeah, we'll let your shit. We got so much shit. We're making shit so much, we got shit coming out of our ears.
U.S. Army is a purchasing agent, right? Mm-hmm. They put their number on there. They lend it or lease it to the Brits, Royal Navy in this case, and then when the airplane comes back, which it actually did, we know who it belongs to. This baby over here, T-28 Trojan, was used as a primary trainer for the Air Force and the Navy from the 50s up until like the early 60s. Same configuration, normally a student in the front, instructor in the back. This is almost the last of radial engines when it comes to training aircraft, or in the military for that matter.
I was about to say, that's a massive
radial
radial
engine. We
engine.
have one that's actually out, and I'll show that to you later. So this thing, yeah, could chunk along, but as you guys probably know, too, one thing about radial engines, these things were tough as nails. With an Allison engine, for example, that's on the P-40 or P-38, or even for the Merlin for that matter, if there's a weakness, if you can call it that, it's liquid cooled. This is strictly air cooled.
As long as she's moving.
Yeah. And if you take a hit to one of the cylinders, it's just going to keep ka-chunking along. If your cooling system in any one of those other airplanes take a hit, you're done for the day. But you notice in the P-51, when it became a ground attack aircraft, that became its weakness because that radiator was right there underneath the airplane. Anyway, what's cool about this airplane too is that if you remember in Vietnam, when we were supporting the South Vietnamese Air Force in creating that, this was one of the airplanes they used as an attack airplane. So it was an AT-28, and they'd mount rockets and bombs on this thing as a counterinsurgency type aircraft.
It looked familiar. I think I saw this do a strike and we were soldiers.
It might be this. I can't remember. For some odd reason, I was thinking it was a SPAD, an A1, but who knows? Yeah, but anyway, this airplane they would have used for that type of role. Behind you, now we're getting to the jet world. So you guys know this one, right?
The F-86 Sabre.
You betcha. When it was sold to one of the owners of this museum, he literally flew that airplane. That's that airplane here, flying here to the museum.
Oh, shit.
She still has her engine. I don't know if you can zoom in there and get some light.
No, it's my first time.
But yeah, so now I want you to notice something with this airplane before we go to the next one. It's Adversary. Look how look at its design, okay? Look how the air goes in underneath the pilot to the engine back there. As you guys know, I mean, we had jets coming into the Korean War. We had the P-80, all right? We had the F-84, for example. And of course, the Navy had their, the Banshees and stuff like that. But most of them were straight wing, although they eventually, with the F-84, did sweep that wing. This one was technically our first high-performance air-to-air fighter in Korea. And come take a look at this. When you think of leading edges of aircraft modern nowadays, so this would be considered leading edge or slats, all right, which increase the lift of the airplane. Mostly what you think of are slats or leading edges that are electronically and or hydraulically activated. What I want you guys to do is gently, if you get over here, and you come over here, just push real gently. Now let it go.
It's all
spring-loaded?
Just on its own.
It's on its own. This thing was engineered and designed to be able to do this based on the energy of the aircraft, not electronic. So that was a feature that became
That's pretty cool.
Very important because obviously by having this come out, particularly in a turn or when you're landing, for example, it increases your lift capability. And that's why this thing became important. Again, engineering, which is to me remarkable. The guys, instead of doing all this stuff, what if we did this?
It's like a mechanical watch instead of...
Exactly.
It's one less system that can fail because it's...
Yeah, and one of these things, and increasing in lift also does, is helps to a certain degree get rid of some drag. Now, I want to show you something back here. So its adversary, obviously, in the Korean War was this little baby next to us, which is the MiG-15, right? Now, this one has Polish colors because when the museum actually bought 5 of these and they did some trading, we kept these 2 here, and they're still flyable. They kept that one in Russian colors, but this one's actually built from a Polish factory. That's why we kept the Polish colors on there.
I do love Poland, but everyone watching this right now, go to Google and look up the NATO reporting name for the MiG-15.
Yes. Absolutely. No, it's a cigarette.
Oh yeah,
it's a British cigarette.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so if you look over here, difference in designs. Obviously, this is their high performance jet, and when it shows up, this thing's pretty much of a
Oh, it's right there.
Term. Yeah. Is it? Yes, it's a British cigarette. Okay. When you compare these two together, and there's a debate on this, but first of all, this thing has better armament. You got 650 cals. This thing's got a 23 millimeter gun and a 37 millimeter cannon. Okay, so it's pretty badass if it hits you. Technically, it's a little bit faster than the F-86, and technically, it can turn a little bit tighter if the two are going after each other. Not much, but a little bit. But again, it's the pilot. Yes, not the plane. And also, don't forget that most of the pilots that were flying the F-86s were former World War II pilots that got recalled into active duty. So these guys were already experienced aces, a lot of them were, and now they're training the new generation of pilots about what it takes to survive in air-to-air combat. Now, North Koreans had the Russians, because as we all know now, the Russians were flying these things, but they didn't have as many flying their airplanes as they did North Koreans. Again, look at design here.
I believe these are still in service with the North Korean military, last I read.
Remember how you saw where the air intake was? How how the design has the air going under the cockpit. Look at this. So everybody says, that, oh, that's got to be, this split here has got to be something aerodynamic. Well, not really. This is a Russian design. Again, Russians are somewhat practical. Rather than designing it that way, we'll just have the air go around the pilot, because that's where the cockpit is. That's their design. Another design feature. You know, I showed you how the slats were, things that contributed to lift. One of the problems with swept wings is this thing called vortices, right? So what happens is when air comes over a wing, eventually what happens, particularly in a swept wing aircraft, and even in straight wing aircraft, but even more pronounced, especially in high-speed swept wing aircraft, is you have a vortex generated back here. I mean, you can actually see it in real aircraft nowadays. If you see an airline flying, you'll see like
the twists come off this. Yeah.
And what that does, it does two things. One, it creates drag. Two, it reduces speed, but also when it turns, can actually get you in trouble. Okay, if you're flying out of the limits of the aircraft.
Yeah, you'll stall speed.
Whereas the engineers in the United States decide, hey, we're going to just design the wing to take care of that problem. Russians, again, being practical, saying, well, how do we avoid that problem? See those things on top, those fences? And that's what we call them. The way you kind of avoid that is to try to keep the wing the air flowing over the wing. So we make fences to keep airflow as much as you can over the wing and not spilling off to the edge. If you look at the MiG-17, the next model, it's got 3 of these things on there. Again, it's just a Russian thing, okay? That's their design.
Which one came first?
I want to say this one technically came out first.
Oh, okay, Russia. You didn't steal that one from us.
Before we go on, I'm going to show you something here. So, this is a Rolls-Royce Nain or Nini engine. It's a Nain engine. History again. And again, I'll probably bore you guys to death with this stuff.
No, we're loving this. You're crushing it.
Everybody gives the Germans credit for creating the jet engine. Actually, the Brits and the Germans were going at it at the same time. The Brits almost had it first. There's this guy by the name of Frank Whittle. He was a British aerospace engineer, and he was designing, this is his version of the jet engine, whereas if you take a look, Andy, can I borrow that for you? Yeah. This is basically the German design. Theirs is what we call axial flow. So you have a series of fans, that basically suck in air, compress it, okay? And as the air gets compressed in the combustion chamber here, fuel and a spark get added, it goes boom, and then hits the turbines here, which generates power for the aircraft, and then comes out as thrust, okay? Frank Whittle's design used centrifugal flow, which means basically what the air does is it comes in here, gets spun up like a centrifuge, okay? Gets sent to these combustion chambers where the fuel and the spark is added to create the thrust that, that again hits a couple of turbines out here, then comes out the back. So this is basically a difference. Most modern engines nowadays have that axial flow, the German design. There's still a few out there that have this design. One of the things about that design, it's easier to scale and a little bit, I don't know, maybe more efficient than this, but this is still a very good engine. And again, Frank Whittle was designing this thing. The only reason why he doesn't come out with it first is because this thing called the Battle of Britain happened. And all the guys at the air marshals said in Britain said, hey, Frank, good idea, but put that to the side. We need more piston-driven aircraft right now because we're about to get schwacked by the,
Yeah, start making Hawker Hurricanes and Spitfires now.
And one thing I learned about jet engines, too, and for your fans who, get into aerospace engineering a little bit, how do jet engines work compared to a piston? As a crew chief once told me, it's very simple. Suck, squeeze, bang, and blow.
That's like all internal combustion engines, yep.
And that's how it works. What I want you to notice is
Yep, that's pretty much how every engine works.
First of all, notice that this one's manufactured by Rolls-Royce. So this is the engine that would have been, unlike this version or type, would have been on the first Gloster Meteors and eventually modified to go into like the Vampires and such. And then eventually they would get to an axial flow as well in the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy. Now, look over here. This engine looks an awful lot like that one, doesn't it? Yeah. This is called, well, unofficially the Nain Ski, because if you take a look here, it's Cyrillic, and it be Russian. And so you're looking at this, you're saying, and this is, oh, by the way, the engine that would have been in the MiG, okay? You're looking at this going, geez, Mario, why do they look the same? Why do you think they look the same?
Because they stole the idea?
Good thought. No,
they steal a lot of stuff.
Good thought. But here's what really happens in history. Don't forget, at the end of World War II in Great Britain, there's a lot of commotion going on. Yeah, they just won the war, but people were like, we want to get back to normal and we're not having enough food, all this kind of stuff. Who was the prime minister at that point? Remember? Right at the end of the war? Big guy, looks like a bulldog.
Churchill. Was it Churchill?
Winston Churchill,
okay,
right?
I was like,
but the crazy thing was, they had Churchill so long, and so the Brits being the Brits, you know what, we're going to vote him out of office. And they vote a new prime minister in whose name is Clement Attlee. Attlee is an avowed socialist, big time. And so, and technically the Russians were kind of the friends still, even though Churchill had warned about them. But Attlee says, oh no, they're our friends. He makes his government give this to the Russians so they can put it in their MiG, make more, and eventually take them on in Korea. It's funny how politics work. So yeah, that's why they didn't steal it, they gave it to them. So
it's like us with the atomic bomb.
Yeah.
Well, they stole it. Well,
yeah.
We had people give it to them, but then they did steal one, which is the B-36.
B-29.
B-29.
Yeah,
and then they made the
B-29 ski.
Yeah, they made the Yak, which is a splitting image. And they're like, we made it all ourselves. And we're like, are you sure about that?
A couple things I want to show you before we press on here, real quick. Number one, you probably all know that Biggs used to be, was always an Army Air Force base, and then after, when the Air Force came in existence in 47, it became Biggs Air Force Base until it reverted to an Army airfield again in 65 when they closed the Air Force Base down. Okay. And they actually flew these guys out of there, and also B-52s.
I can't remember what it's called. Two turning, four burner.
Six turn and four burner.
There you go.
This is the B-36, also known as the Flying Aluminum Overcast. So, but look how big this honking thing was. And if you ever go hiking in the Franklin Mountains out here on the west side, you probably know this. There's a picture here of this airplane in 1953 before it smacks into that mountain. It was a big cloudy day. You know how sometimes you look at the mountains, even the Oregon Mountains, and it's just like clouds?
There's nothing there.
These guys smacked it, and this is what's left. If you do that hiking trail up on the west side, and it's on the maps, there's still pieces of this airplane stuck in the mountain. But it also tells you the history of this area that, yeah, we had a big Air Force base here at one time. Behind you, I just want to show you that real quick because that is the cousin of this. So obviously this becomes a really high-performing airplane. Well, the Navy thinks they want one too. And so, of course, if you're going to put it in the Navy, you got to do a couple of things to it. One, you need to strengthen the gear so it can land on a carrier. Two, you put a tail hook on there. And oh, by the way, you have to fold the wings so it fits on a carrier. And they put 20mm guns. Crazy thing is as time's advancing, of course, Grumman is now their big producer of like the Banshee and eventually other airplanes. This thing is okay, but doesn't really do well on the carrier for whatever reason. And so eventually what they do is, you can see back there, is they just gave it to the Marine Corps like the Navy always does. Hey, we don't want it, we'll give it to you.
Yeah.
Thing with Corsairs, which we'll talk about in a second.
Hey,
Over here,
we don't disparage the Corsair around
if you're curious what these are on loan from the National Atomic Museum. These are tactical nukes.
W66, W44, hold on.
These guys are no longer in service. This one still is.
I swear I saw this one. It's probably before your time. What is it, Sum of All Fears or Broken Arrow or something like that? Didn't they have one of those that they set off?
Something like that, but a little bit bigger. This is the B-61, which is still in the inventory. Matter of fact, it's got so many versions now. It's like the version 13 now, and one of them is like the Dash 11 is like a nuclear penetrator, whatever. Thank God we never used them. But back in our day, when we used to carry these things, this thing was also called Dial-A-Nuke because, or Sunshine in a Can, if you prefer.
I love both of those names.
If you open this up, you can actually physically dial the yield on the weapon. So you want small bang mode or you want crowd pleaser mode. So that's what it was for. So that's this, again, tactical nuke being, we actually had bigger nukes, obviously, in the Air Force and for the Navy, for example. But the tactical nuke allows you to carry more. You can carry it on bombers and or fighters, like an F-16. I can't confirm or deny that. Could carry one, you know.
I don't know if they're officially considered.
Yeah, that's right. No, I can't confirm or deny any of that stuff because I have no clue. I know nothing of nuclear weapons. Sorry.
The Department of War is going to start.
I know nothing. What's cool about this one here is that this is the first time, a lot of people don't see these. So a lot of our nukes, to include, there was one called the B-83, which was retired, had these chutes in the weapon itself to help, for lack of a better term, retard the drop, if you will. So one, with a chute on there, you could have an airburst, one thing. Two, we had this thing called the laydown mover, because back in the day, when we used to try to penetrate Soviet airspace, the idea was you go in hot and fast and low, and then you drop your weapon. Well, the problem was if you dropped it, say, at 200 feet or so, and this thing goes boom, not so good for the crew that just drop it. So what they would do is we would have the chute come out to delay the weapon on the ground, let it lay down, and then, you know, after the crew theoretically got away, a timer would go off and make the thing go boom.
Am I not supposed to be pushing on this?
Yeah. No, it's fine.
I mean, either that or it's not going to be our problem anymore.
That's right, exactly. Who cares, right?
Gotta save some stuff for tomorrow, so I'm gonna take another short break. And when I come back, we'll do some gaming. Unmute test. Mute. We are back. Okay. Okay. I yearn for the mines. Oh shit, what the fuck is this dude? One with no wings is no match for me. Wait, holy shit, you fall through the floor? If you... Okay. Was not expecting that shit. I really don't like this. Oh my god, yo, homie just fucking tossed a spear right through my chest, bro. Shit was absolutely diabolical. Die, fuckhead. Die, fuckstick. Alright. Now we can jump around. Oh my god, I can't believe I fucking did that. Alright, well. Wait a minute. Aw, shit. Yeah, I'm getting my ass beat, okay. Okay, first things first. Actually, Let's see if there's anything in the charge technical bus. Alright, small key. Pretty sure I know where we need to use that. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I get it. That's the boss's chamber, and then the boss key is probably over here. Boss key! Okay, this is some bullshit. Okay, it's better. Let's find out the secret to this boss. The red face fears smoke. Okay. Sounds to me like we gotta use bombs. Alright, boss battle. Holy crap. Okay. Okay, let's try this again. Alright, let's try this again. Holy fuck. What is this shit? What the fuck is this shit? Shit. Okay. What the fuck? Okay, we gotta try to not trigger that attack. I don't think I hit the red one that time. Shit, 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 shit. Okay, so got some more bombs. We can still do this. Okay, let's try again. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. Fuck! 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 Let's lock the fuck in. Fuck, I didn't hit it. know I got you that time, fuckhead. Yeah, let's go. Fuck. Go ahead, throw your little temper tantrum. Go ahead, throw your next little temper tantrum. There we go. Does that make you feel better? Damn, I missed. Hold on. Okay, we are back. Okay. Damn it, it's gonna be that same attack again. Okay. Just gotta be ready and weather the storm. Okay. Time to lock the fuck in. For sure it's time. Lock in fucking, come on. I can do this. Wait for the next one. Damn it. Next time. Next one. Hit number 1. Let's go. Is that clean? Is that clean? No. Also not clean, damn. Fuck! Hit the wrong button. Nope, I don't believe in this run anymore. You gotta try it again. Kobe. 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 I'm just gonna try this. Kobe. Oh, I'm cooked. Kobe. Kobe. That was so close. Sorry, we're gonna try that. Okay, let's try this again. Kobe. Okay. Kobe. Oh, thanks for the resupply. Ow. Oh, hell yeah, I saw that one. Thanks for the resupply. Kobe. Kobe. I think that was red. Nice. It's a Christmas tree. The ancient wood. Whee! Oh, nice. I thought it was going to take a lot longer to find bombs. I think I'm gonna call it here. And I will not be right back. I will see you tomorrow night. I'll play you guys out with some music. Till then, have a good one.